and good to begin for tonight's session of the PokePod World Podcast on an early hour, actually. We're doing this very early today. It's going to be a lengthy discussion, I'd like to think, because we have quite a lot to discuss. E3 is approaching. We're literally days away from E3, depending on how you're going to approach it, of course, because there's like the Microsoft, there's Nintendo's, there's like the smaller companies like I think Ubisoft and Activision are supposedly also going to be having their own. We're going to be looking at all the details for that, and then, of course, break down what exactly we're going to be expecting to see from that presentation. I am excited to see where things are going to shape up for tonight with this one because, so much things to go into, and I have no idea what kind of shenanigans we'll find ourselves in for tonight's E3 discussion. Of course, aside from that, we'll also be talking about the latest episode of PM 2019 as well. A lot of mixed bagged opinions, maybe, or maybe it's one-sided, or maybe everybody unanimously agrees on something for once. Who the hell knows? But that's exactly what we're going to be finding out later tonight. And I'm still setting things up right now, making sure everything is running all fine and dandy, so we can actually begin for tonight's session. So, here with me is my good buddy TSS. How you doing, buddy?
All right. It's going to be very fun because there's also other aspects of E3, including a weird anomaly in terms of a game availability that is getting the rumor mill. So I would like to talk about that.
Oh, sure. All right, buddy. Well, like we said, we have about 2 hours to go through so much content. Obviously, I think the big one for a majority of people within our cast has to definitely go to nothing else but Nintendo. A lot of people are very excited for Nintendo's presentation, given the fact that there is this big rumor mill going around regarding the latest Switch update that's going to be happening soon, titled, I think, is the Super Nintendo Switch. Well, that's the big rumor that's happening. We'll talk more into details about that as we approach into further tonight's session. So there's going to be that to talk about, Nintendo's E3 presentation, Microsoft's E3 presentation, which has the famous words everybody always loves to hear, world premiere or Xbox exclusive. You guys already know what it is. It's going to be an interesting one to talk about for that
world
too.
Premiere.
Yeah, so we got quite a lot. Somebody asked, Lightning asked, Tyrone joining tonight. Well, I gotta figure out what Tyrone's up to because I think he's still on the middle of his Persona run, is he not?
I think though he probably needs to get to a point where he could save and then he'll join us, I guess.
Let me check where this lad's at. Hold on. Yeah, he needs. Oh, okay. He's in an area where he can like go around, I guess, and try to save somewhere. Although I don't expect him to be in the call right away, because first of all, props to Tyrone for trying to go the whole way through 6 goddamn hours streaming Persona. Even I can't do that much with a video game as a whole, man.
Well, I'm very excited to start my Persona journey on Friday.
Yeah, and let's actually talk about that real quick, why don't we? Let's get a bit of information out of the way real quick to kind of let people know what exactly is going to be happening this week for a lot of peeps, because, it's important to let everyone know. Also, I also want to clarify, TSS, we're also going to be having some guests as well join us for tonight, just to kind of continue on the E3 discussion. We have our friend over there in the main hub who will join us momentarily once you drag him in here. I don't think I can do that for some reason. I don't know if I have that power.
I have to give you that power. I thought you did have that power.
I do, but I just never want to use it.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. But yeah, so TSS, first of all, let's go and explain what's going to be happening for you later in the week.
Well, first of all, if you haven't watched the finale of Tales of Symphonia, finally did it after 15 parts, 46 hours, 47 minutes, finally did it, finally beat the game. So that means we're going to go right into Persona 3 Fest Undub, which I'm going to be playing on the PCSX2 emulator, and I'm going to be rendering it in 4K, but of course Twitch doesn't stream in 4K. But we're going to finally do that, and Donnie has made me a nice stream starting soon little thing, so I'm going to be using that as well. But yeah, it's going to be great to start Persona 3 Fest, especially with the undub. And since I'm playing it on the emulator, that means I can reload the cheat file, which allows me to control all of the characters. Because in the vanilla Persona 3 and Persona 3 Fest, you cannot control the other characters besides your own. The PSP version does it, but the problem with the PSP version is that since it's been downgraded. It's basically like a visual novel with battles in it, and that's not great. And that's not great entertainment. So that's the best thing that we can do is to play the PS2 version of Persona 3 FES with the undub, with the Japanese voices, and the cheat code that allows me to control all the characters. Friday night starts the first part, 9 p.m. Eastern, TSS_killer on Twitch.
Yeah, and thank you to Donnie as well for providing the link for TSS's channel. So make sure to go and check that out when you get the chance, of course. Let's go and introduce our guest for tonight, why don't we, as well? Because he has happened to join us for tonight. Let me actually go and say hello to our boy, Ionic Bond. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm excited.
Glad to see
Happy to be here.
I love how you say that in like the most monotone voice. I'm excited.
No, man. I'm happy. I'm excited to talk about E3 and the episode.
Yeah, man. Well, first of all, episode aside, though, that's going to be probably 2 hours from now. So you got a good ride for E3 discussion to go through. And
heck yeah.
I'm going to go and open up the list here to see how things are going to shape up. Hopefully our buddy Kuro can also join in soon as well, because I'm not sure if he is into E3 as much as us.
Now,
let's see.
I want to get this piece of news out of the way because it does bode for E3, but it's not one of the main announcements that people are going to be talking about. Mm-hmm. But supposedly, somebody posted somewhere on Facebook and in a kind of a reputable group, that PlayAsia had stopped stocking the Occidental version of Yokai Watch 4, and that's the version used for Asia. Now, there is a theory for that. That means that they don't have the version in stock, or it could be that Level 5 could be planning to do Yokai Watch 4 here. It's a very flaky kind of rumor kind of thing. But since PlayAsia took that Asian version off of their website, some people are thinking that, they might have an announcement saying, maybe they're going to finally westernize Yokai Watch 4, which would be nice, but I don't expect it. I think that's going to be like one of those kind of like the famous 0.7% kind of things. Because since Level 5 West is no more, I don't think that's a possibility, but I still find it interesting that PlayAsia stopped stocking the Asian version of Yokai Watch 4. So if they announce something on E3, I would be very excited. But again, that's one of those things where I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's something to think about anyway.
All right. Let me go and open up real quick on what we're going to be getting from this E3 schedule, because I think there is a lot. I want to say it's kind of weird to explain because let me see here. According to the schedule, I see here June Battlefield 6 reveal, June 3rd Warhammer Skull Showcase, June 5th Indie Live Expo, another day on June 5th Guerrilla Collective 2-Day 1. June 10th is going to be the Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live, which is the one I think done by Jeff Keighley. He did that last year, and I believe that was the same area where Crash Bandicoot's It's About Time was announced, if I'm correct. Aside from that, we also have the random ass streams we got going on here, IGN Expo. We also have Nintendo, Xbox, Ubisoft, Take-Two, which is the parent company of 2K and Rockstar, Capcom, Warner Brothers, and Koch Media, that are announced to be happening throughout the days of the 12th to the 15th. So it's going to be next Tuesday. Is it next Tuesday? Let me see.
No, it's the Tuesday afterwards.
It's the Tuesday afterwards. It's actually going to be from Saturday to Tuesday.
Saturday to Tuesday, yeah, but it's not this coming Saturday. It's the next Saturday, and Tyrone is here.
Oh, hey, coming through with that raid. Thank you, buddy. Can't wait to hear from you soon, buddy. For now, go get rest. Go take care of yourself, because I think you had like a 6-hour stream. Go grab a drink and then come hop on through and say hello. So let me try to see if I can get it, because I'm trying to find it properly. I wish there was like an image that just showed me who's exactly going to be here, and what is the big one to talk about. So,
well, I remember people on Imager used to make those things, but they don't anymore.
Yeah, let me go and double check up on that real quick, and I'm going to continue to grab. So if there's anything else you'd like to to discuss, then please go on ahead, buddy. While I try to look for the stingy.
Well, here's the other thing. I didn't even know that there was a ramen place. There was a ramen place in freaking Arthur Avenue.
Oh shit! What really?
Yeah, because Mikey Chen, who is the guy who has the Simply Dumpling, he actually went to the Bronx, and I'm like, dude, he finally went to the Bronx, and then he shows off a shot of like one of the famous Arthur Avenue delis, and then there's a Rockin' Ramen next to it. It's like, dude, when the fuck did they open up a ramen place in fucking little like fucking Arthur Avenue? Like, dude. Like, okay, yeah, that's the good fucking Italian food, but there's a ramen place there.
Mm-hmm.
That means I gotta freaking try that out. But yeah.
Oh, hold on, we got another person coming on through as well who will be joining us too.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go and grab him in, why don't we? Hey there, buddy. AKA
this podcast has now been extended to 4 hours.
Probably. Hey there, Kuro. How you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
Hello guys, what's up? And no, we're not. No, it's not going. It's not going to be. And no, I'm not here because of the Sino dates. No, we are not going to have 4 hours just because of those two.
Oh no! Listen, man.
No.
that was a once in a lifetime sort of situation that you had last time. I don't know if we could go through that round again. But ladies and gentlemen, say hello to our buddy here, Kuro Blitz, who will be joining us tonight alongside with Ionic Bond as well. It's gonna be a fun session for tonight. We got E3. We got Pokemon episode. We got, I don't know what else we got, but we got quite a lot to discuss, and I feel it's very appropriate for us to sort of get ourselves ready, begin, and have a good day for tonight. So
it's podcast 95, right?
Yeah, we're in the 95th session right now with this series, man.
Of this series.
Yeah,
in total, we've probably done about over 200.
No, we did 300 actually.
300, yeah, because
300.
we had, because the original one had one something. The R had 110, 105, 110, something like that.
It was like in the early hundreds, yes. And then
now
this
we're coming up to 100.
100 here, yeah. It's incredible how much this series has grown, and I'm very happy and thankful for those two.
Basically we are in the AG era of the PokePod.
Hey, best series, ain't it?
Exactly.
Bro, we got a call full of AG stands.
Yeah, what'll happen when you put 4 AG stands up in the middle of a call together? Chaos is always
the answer is simple. You play Advanced Adventure and Battle Frontier for 6 hours, and then everything's fine.
Let's go,
man. Hey, listen, buddy, if I could do that, I would. I would totally do that. Oh, man. No, AG, what I missed? No. We're just talking about how everybody here is an AG stand in some way, shape, or form. We love AG so much, and it's like honestly a series that is very underrepresented or just underappreciated compared to other generations.
In a couple of hours.
the thing, because the thing is, like I said, I think what taints a lot of people is that the inconsistencies between the 4Kids, because 4Kids did all of the freaking the edits shift at that time, and then the shift to TPCI / it was Taj first, and that's the whole thing. That's why it was there. And there we go. How much voice do you have left, Tyrone? How much voice do you have left?
Actually, I'm pretty fine. I've been drinking.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually thanks to TSS.
Huh? Did he remind you to stay hydrated or something?
Well, technically, the room temperature water's thing.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. I've been drinking cold water this entire time, man. You mean
no? You drink room temperature water. He said it during the trip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was what it was meant for a long discussion. No wonder why my throat got killed last time.
Right. Since we're not doing a long one from in terms of me, because I've done like freaking 6 or 7 hour debates and stuff. I'm drinking just a regular ass cold water. But since that by the end of this, Tyrone would have been speaking for 9 hours. That's the best thing he could do.
Donnie, if you want to make a predictions, you can go right on ahead, buddy. But I'm kind of curious what that said prediction could be, though. And everybody in the chat, make sure to be.
Well, I know we got a lot of work today, and that's why we started early.
I think he means the prediction feature that you did the last time I was here with about Terrell.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how this one's gonna be, because honestly, I have no idea what to use for what is it, the predictions for this week. Because it is the Gary
Where-
episode, and I'm kind of curious how we're going to approach that. But when we get closer to the Gary episode, I'll make a predictions at that point. But
where's John? I figured he would want to be on this one.
John's probably doing something right now. We'll see if he comes on by later. Although I don't think he's gone.
No Johns.
No Johns.
No Johns.
No Papa Johns and no Elton Johns.
Damn, man, we lost Elton in this one? Nah. Somebody asked who's on the pod for this week. So, once again, to say hello to everybody here, it is IKG, Tyrone the God 3, TSS Killer, Kuro Blitz, our guest, as well as our secondary guest, Ionic Bond, as well. So, actually, before we get into E3, can we talk about a couple of things that did go down this week, though? Because I think it's very important to tackle these things first before we actually get into the E3 predictions. Dragon Quest and Sonic.
Yeah. So basically two things. So we have Power Rangers Zeo reveal for freaking Sonic, and a freaking and somebody lighting up garbage and making a fucking 12 symbol. Okay.
Why is this the new generation of revealing games? I hate this so much, man. It's like, let's just show you the logo and then put an extra line next to that logo. Oh, shoot, it's 2. It's like Dragon Quest 12. There you go. Congratulations, it's coming. Sonic the Hedgehog, thanks to that thing being revealed on like the source of the site, people were able to data mine the information and learn that it's actually called Sonic Rangers. So it's like, well, I guess if you're not going to reveal it, Sega, we're going to reveal it.
They're actually calling it Sonic Rangers?
Yeah,
they're calling it Sonic Rangers
name.
Oh, I was right. I told you that it was fucking Power Rangers Zeo with the fucking reveal. I knew it.
You didn't know about that? I thought that was the pun. I thought you knew that was called.
because if you ever watched like the at the very beginning of like the special when they did the Power Rangers Zeo before they think they had it's like you got to see it. It keeps coming. You got to see it. Nah. That fucking thing where they fucking make the symbol and shit. That fucking reminded me of that. And I'm like, dude, it's fucking Sonic Rangers now? That's fucking perfect. It's fucking perfect.
It all comes together in this one right now. So let's go and talk a little bit about Sonic's presentation first before we get ourselves into the Dragon Quest.
Title.
What, Sonic Rangers? Oh, you didn't like the other one? What was it called? Sonic, it was spelled W-A-P, if I recall correctly.
No, it's Zap. No, it was Zap.
Oh.
Some people thought it was Zap.
I read that as the other word. Word that apparently I cannot say on.
You can't say it on Twitch?
No. I don't know. Maybe I could, but I'm not going to say it.
I'm sure you can't say it.
I'll say it.
I'm sure you can.
It's rapping minus the W.
Yeah, rap minus the R.
I'm sure you can say WAB. I'm just sure you can't say what it stands for.
It's swap, but the S is silent.
It's like one of the
swap, but the S is silent.
It's like the it's like a wisp power up. What?
Okay, but to make the long story short, Sonic is coming with a brand new game next year. It's rumored to be Sonic Rangers, given that the source of the video had Sonic Rangers in the data files and people were able to data mine it in advance. I do, however, want to talk about the game because there was a leak that came out back in January. I think it was January of this year, where a player had the opportunity to playtest the game and talk a little bit about what the game is. And here's the kicker. When that game... when that playtest happened, he revealed the name of the Sonic game back in January, which is why it ties perfectly to what we got now. Back then, he titled it as Sonic Rangers. Now, with that said, with the data mine we got from the videos revealing that it is called a Sonic Rangers as the code name, we were able to realize, oh shoot, there might be some legitimacy to the leak. So if you guys don't mind, I would like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the Sonic Rangers leak and hear your opinions on what you think is coming from this source,
glad we're getting the leak instead of I'm so glad we're getting the leak instead of the trailer because that trailer was fucking stupid.
Okay, animation wise, that looked clean. I hate
It's
that
just
that
him
was
running
it.
across the field. Like I said, I don't give a fuck about that. Show
No,
me
that's what I'm
some,
saying. Like, it
shit.
looked pretty, but I can't go with too much detail from something that looks pretty. You know?
Yeah, like I don't know what trailers,
Yeah,
what's up with trailers recently, but they feel like they can show us very like as little as humanly possible and think that works. And
it
like
felt
no,
very vague. Like, how many times do we have to see Sonic run across the green field? Like,
right, yeah, and don't get me wrong, I like when a game keeps most of its secrets until you actually play it. But they could have given us a little bit more to work with here. There's a balancing act, and it's just a cut scene. We're not talking about gameplay footage.
Yeah, I think this also happened the same as well as we talked about before with Dragon Quest 12, where all they did was just straight up show
Just
an
showed us
extra
the-
line.
Hey, look, it's coming. We all fucking knew that. Like, what?
And then, of course, what was it? Metroid Prime 4 had this similar situation as well. Bayonetta 3.
It was just yeah, but it was just a logo.
Yeah.
It wasn't even
Exactly. Yeah.
it was just a logo.
I did love what people did on the internet where they said, hey guys, if you put these together, Bayonetta 3 times Metroid Prime 4 equals Dragon Quest 12, which was perfect.
God.
Okay, but let's get right into the leaks, why don't we? Just as a
Yeah.
reminder, ladies and gents, leaks are leaks. And maybe rumors as well. So what I might be speaking right now could be fake, could be real. It's a matter of time till we get the actual answer from Sega themselves. But it is still fun and worth talking about. So let's get right into it. All right, so the person says, did a focus test for a new Sonic game titled Sonic Rangers, which is a open world adventure game which takes heavy inspiration from Breath of the Wild. Okay, I don't understand why Breath of the Wild always has to be the pinpoint for these things. But yeah, I did two demos.
Oh shoot!
I did two demos. A 20-minute long exploration of the open world and a final-esque boss battle. Open world is populated with small enemies, puzzles, and platforming challenges. Completing puzzles, challenges, enemies reward EXP, which can be redeemed in a skill tree. Skill tree unlocks abilities like the spin cycle, where you hold Sonic and Sonic starts tracing a line behind him. And if you finish a circle, it attacks all enemies that are inside that said circle. Once again, as a reminder, these information that we're hearing right now came back in January 6th of 2021. And just like in that trailer, what did Sonic do in that said trailer? He spun in a circle, leaving that weird-ass line in between.
Oh yeah.
So it's already tied to this leak right here. But continuing on, lock-on attack returns. There are bosses that are spread across the open world, and defeating them grants the player orbs. If you get enough orbs, you can go to a portal to go into cyberspace. Now, yeah, I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but they say cyberspace levels are generation-style levels, and the music goes hard, which that's a good thing to hear. Music is great. Beating them fast enough will grant the users Chaos Emeralds. Exploration yes. Exploration and combat was super boring, very button mashy, but whatever. New voice acting by Roger and no one else was present, so they're definitely sticking to the general theme at least. Now for the final boss, I think that's what he says. After gathering all the emeralds, you can then cut through a thick fog that you couldn't before in the open world. A gigantic tree robot thing is the final boss, or is just the boss. Fly around it as Supersonic, utilizing spin cycle and other abilities, that being of mainly mashing your buttons, and can't take damage on a timer of rings. A ghost girl will come and refill your ring count multiple times. The demo ended after defeating the boss. Now, the final thing he said, game is still definitely early on in development, but it was rough. I did not have a fun time from what I played.
Damn.
And
The
just to
Sonic
clarify,
community in a nutshell.
and then just to make things even more funny, he actually came back a day or so later, I believe, to talk a little bit about the same thing, saying the same thing he wrote back then, where it was like, yeah, just to let people know I was the person who brought that information, let me remind you all again. And then he says, yeah, the game still sucks from when I played tested it.
Nice.
So, yeah. But this is still early on, as they mentioned. This is still very early in development. For all we know, Sega could still be working on balancing and tweaking the issues that might have been, plaguing the demo that they were playing at this current time.
They shot that man months after.
He never came back after this.
Damn.
All right, so with all that information out of the way, let's take a second to talk about what this new Sonic game could hold. So, already one of the biggest things they pointed out is how this is a open world adventure. We're going big world with this one. What do you think about that, though, Tyrone?
I'm okay. So it's very clear what's happening with the open world thing. It's starting to catch, which I'm not sure why Breath of the Wild was the game to start the whole the start up the open world shit when we've had games that have done it for such a long time.
Yeah, like Gran Theft Auto, Grand Theft Auto,
yeah.
Grand Theft Auto 3.
I mean, hell, the first Legend of Zelda game did it in a sense, but I don't know. I kind of feared this was gonna happen where it starts to take effect on a lot of games. I'm not sure how this is going to work for a Sonic game. I mean, it's good considering that Sonic is fast. But the last time we had a big world that you could travel in, unfortunately, in a Sonic game was Sonic 06. And that didn't work out well because Sonic couldn't run super fast in that level unless you got the mock shoes. And even that was a fucking mess. But if we're gonna detach that guy's reviews from it and just use the knowledge he gave us, it does seem like it's promising. It's good to see that they're trying at least to experiment with Sonic. I think what happened with Lost Worlds is that they got experimental and then people got very judgy and criticized them. So they reeled back, and that's why we wound up with Forces, because Forces is literally just Sonic Unleashed with barely any unleash. Sonic if you will. And then I remember, obviously, Sonic Colors was like the perfected version of Sonic Unleashed. At least to me, it was a perfected version. Because they took out the fucking nighttime stages. So it's good to see that they're trying some different stuff, because as much as I like the Hedgehog engine, I'm a little over it now. I think we have enough games that have done it. So I don't think we need any more games that do it. I wouldn't mind sticking back to the adventure formula, personally, from Adventures 1 and 2 / 06. 06, unfortunately, is it shares the adventure formula, it just doesn't do it right. So, from what I'm hearing, at least they're trying to do something different. So, if nothing else, I can at least look forward to the creativity of it all. And hopefully, like you said, since it's in its most beta of beta forms, we won't get any, good stuff until later on, and hopefully they fix it with tweaks.
That's the best thing we can hope for with this upcoming title, man, because I'm liking that it feels unique,
to be fair, any alpha version of a game is only there to test the engine out. Pretty much. Usually all of the elements and all of the unlockables usually are added later, so that if anything breaks the game, they could easily. So they work with the bare bones, and then they add things, and then if it breaks, then they can go ahead and fix it as they're doing it. That's a great way of doing things, instead of just writing the whole game and then debugging it, which takes a lot more time.
Yeah, so going off of this for a second, and this is one thing I kind of wish Sega would do more when they make a Sonic game, because Mario does it all the time. No matter what situation Mario's in or what game you throw him in, there's one thing that holds precedence the most, and that's the way Mario controls. That holds precedence over everything else. Yeah. That's the main thing that they focus on before everything else. So if Sonic's going to be in an open world, I just want him to control well. That way I can utilize him in the open world.
You know what would have been the perfect one to have used to represent the open world for Sonic?
What?
As dumb as this sounds, Lost Worlds control would have worked perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. No, abso-fucking-lutely. You are absolutely right. Lost World Sonic would have been perfect for an open world.
And I'm so mad we're not going to see that, because people scared that concept away from us, man.
Yeah, people got overly... Well, see, the problem with Lost World, because Lost World isn't without its flaws. Lost World was good with Sonic, controlling Sonic. it was bad because it didn't know what it wanted.
And most importantly, the level design didn't compensate for the way the controller felt.
You had some fun levels, especially at the beginning of the game, but there's a lot of levels that just followed a gimmick. And there's nothing wrong with Sonic having one or two gimmicky levels. Like, for example, the Mach Speed section or the Honeycomb Highway section where you're running across the honeycomb area. That's basically the Mach Speed section that's in Sonic 06, but it's done in a way that's not uncomfortable. If you had put that in there as Act 3 of every stage, then that would have been fine. And then make your Act 1 and 2 just like the stages from, like, you know how you do Windy Hill Zone or whatever it's called? The first zone you do in Lost World. Make every stage like that, and you would have been fine. But they didn't stick to their guns. There's this one level where you're a snowball for some dumbass reason. There's another level where you have to guide fruit to its juicers. There's another level where you can't get detected by, like, satellites from the owls and shit. Like, it's too much. Like, it's just way too much. It's not focused. But Sonic controls beautifully. That's the problem. Yeah. So I think you're right. If I think they had sticked with that, they would have been fine.
Now,
I can't blame them for trying something different, though.
Of course not. Yeah, of course.
So they are lacking in the terms of consistency, in terms of the worlds, but not...
Well, yeah, the level design was inconsistent. The control in that game was fine, but the levels were just all over the place. Like, you didn't... Like, the first level you do, there's only a handful of levels that play just like that. The rest of the levels have some weird gimmick behind them that you have to do. Like, there was one where literally, like I said, you had to roll a snowball and make sure it doesn't fall off the stage. Guiding the fruit to the juicers. Yeah, it was just a lie. You had to gather these butterflies up around these flowers to open up the rest of the stages. It was just a mess.
I think that's something that's, sadly, Sonic feels like, it's becoming one of those experimental franchises and characters that let's just make a game to try to make a gimmick. And I don't know, like, for example, from what KG is saying, about the open world and the cyber levels or something, I feel like Sonic, with time, it's losing his sense of identity because it looks like Zelda and Mega Man, and it, like, just makes Sonic, not a shadow of another game. Like, because the thing about Sonic is that either being 2D or 3D, it's a platformer. If you do it open world, it's a great concept, but it loses some of the charm.
Because Sonic can't... I think the issue is that Sonic's trying out so many different things that at this point, what is Sonic?
Yeah. What the fuck is the Sonic?
Exactly.
And I think it feels way, more worrisome because this is the 30th anniversary of the franchise and they do this. And from what I've heard, Rangers is being made by the team of Colors and Forces.
Well, so to be fair, they say made by the team, but remember, did you see Sonic Forces level design team, man? Only 3 members in that one.
Oh, yeah, that's why the levels fucking suck.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. Just because they say from the creators of Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations, that doesn't mean jack and shite at this point.
Now, Koro, I will be the counter and say that an open world could actually, in theory, work for Sonic because Sonic runs so fucking fast that it would actually feel good.
It could be omnidirectional, yeah, like you.
Yeah, it would actually be. You could actually utilize Sonic, and he won't be so linear. Because the problem that we run into the Hedgehog engine is that Sonic moves in only one clear direction forward.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like you run, but you have to dodge. Here, you can actually control the character.
You're basically controlling Car the Sonic.
Yeah. Like the whole thing that you're saying, the Ghost Girl or whatever, and it's an open world. The thing is, which world is it going to be? Is it going to be the human world? Is it going to be Morbius, whatever?
The games don't think about that hard. Normally, they just say, "Here's fictional Earth."
Yes.
Yeah.
Like just like Ghost Girl.
Like the only game I remember to really have a base of where you are planet wise was well there's two. There's Sonic Unleashed is clearly Earth. I mean in every other country Sonic Unleashed is called Sonic World Adventure for Christ's sakes. And then you've got Lost World, which takes place at the Lost Hex. And if you really want to stretch it, obviously Sonic CD takes place on Little Planet.
And Sonic Adventure 2 in San Francisco Zone.
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the adventure games take place in fictional Earth.
Yes.
That's what, yeah.
Ayan, I'm curious though on your end. Are you much of a fan for Sonic? And if so, like, what's your take on this whole Sonic bit?
Sonic has been kind of like for the game that like I keep up with, but I don't actively like play any of them. I've played 2 Sonic games and I've never beat either of them. But one of them Sonic Colors, so I'm actually and I actually really enjoyed that one. So
Sonic Colors is a good game, yeah.
I'll probably get it on the Switch and actually play through it this time.
And actually, that's a great way to segue. Thank you for that too.
Now that I'm an adult with an attention span. I can actually sit down and play a video game.
With attention span.
Like, I'll say this. If they were actually to make another Sonic game, I would love, one of those, like the Arabian Nights and the sort of like...
you want the storybook series.
Yeah, like, because, I don't know, it feels like they could done, like, they stop at 2 for some reason, like Adventure 1 and 2. And then they have the storybook 1 and 2, but they were making a 3rd, right? If I recall correctly.
They were
until canceled.
Yeah, that's what happened.
But
I think the Wii was towards the end of its life after Black Knight.
It kind of was at its ends, yeah.
Yeah, the Wii U was sort of coming at that point.
Yeah, but I want to tackle on something Ayan brought up before, which is, of course, we got to talk about it, given that it is the big talk.
Sonic for those curious, the other one that I've played is Sonic and the Secret of the Rings. So
you played that one?
I've played 3. I've also played Sonic 06.
Oh god!
what a good impression of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
Contrary to popular belief, I actually like Sonic Secret Rings.
Also, the Sonic Colors the Sonic Colors Ultimate automatically gets a 0 because it's on the fucking Epic Games Store. And let's just put that in perspective. The Sonic game that we know nothing about is coming out on Steam. The Sonic game that people want to see is on a store that nobody fucking wants.
Well, time to put Sonic Colors Ultimate on Sonic 2022's engine and make it there.
I'm split on what I should get Sonic Colors Ultimate for. I want to get it for the PS4 only because it's so weird seeing Sonic back on the PlayStation since Forces? But like Forces wasn't good. But I made this joke before, and this had Terrell scratching his head. But I was like, I think it's funny that Sonic Colors Ultimate is on the PS4 because Sonic Unleashed, the game that came before it, is on the PlayStation 3. However, Sonic Generations, the game that came after Colors, is on the PlayStation 3 as well. It's like having Toy Story on VHS, Toy Story 2 on Blu-ray, and having Toy Story 3 on VHS. It's so fucking weird.
Also, listen, man, I'm gonna be real with you. This Sonic Colors game, this new one coming out. Well, it's not really new one. It's a remaster, rematch.
It's a remake.
Remaster. Yeah. Point is, this doesn't feel like it belongs on any other console but Nintendo's, man. I just can't. It feels so weird playing. It feels like I'm illegally playing this game on another console because I don't have a Wii.
That's because Sonic has been on fucking Nintendo for so damn long. It's weird to imagine him on PlayStation again.
Also, he sells the most on Nintendo than any other console.
That's because he fucking signed his soul to the Nintendevil like that.
I just hate that the games that we got with Nintendo were some of the worst, man.
Oh, you want to be in Smash?
Yeah, I gotta sign your soul up for 3 games.
I bet. I'm probably gonna wind up getting both because Sonic Colors is one of my favorite fucking Sonic games. So I'm just like, So unfortunately, I'm going to wind up getting both because I want to imagine the PlayStation 4's version is going to look a little better than the Switch versions.
I'm not sure the frame rates or the details yet.
Colors
I feel like
is
they'll
the
be
one that's
interesting.
basically Super Mario Galaxy, but it's Sonic, right?
Here's the thing though. Is this going to run at 60 or is it going to run at 30? Because that's
It's going to run at 60. They showed it in the trailer.
Yeah, but on the Switch, though, is the real question.
See, that's why I'm getting the PlayStation 4 and the Switch one.
You're getting the portability and the frame rates.
Yeah,
And
I'm getting both.
Most importantly, you're only getting it for $39.99 compared to Super Mario 3D All-Stars, which is
You know what? Good. I threw a whole fit about that, and someone told me it was going to be $40, so I'm actually pretty glad.
Oh, hey, we got somebody hopping on in the middle of
Oh, here he is.
Mr. Sonic Man himself, I would like to think.
What?
Good evening.
Well, I mean, he plays Sonic as much as anybody else.
He does.
Yeah, so.
No, but say don't do that. Listen, I give you your Sonic props when they're due. All right, just to show me the same courtesy, Tyrone. That's all I'm asking.
But
Tyrone.
what do you think about Sonic Colors?
I mean, I enjoy the game. I mean, as far as you talking about the port? I'm guessing you're talking about Ultimate, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Ultimate.
I mean, it's one of the last newer generation Sonic games that hasn't been on any other system. Generations was on everything but Nintendo consoles, ironically enough.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was so weird.
Well, remember, Nintendo got what was that, 3 or 4 exclusive Sonic games?
3.
Yeah, Black Knight, Secret Rings, and Colors.
Mm-hmm.
And
Those
then they had another 3 with Lost World, Boom, and then the Sonic and Mario at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and then the Boom that was on 3DS.
I don't count fucking Olympic Games because
that's part of the contract they had, though.
Yeah.
No, but the Olympic Games have been going on since the Wii. That's not. And besides,
actually, the Olympic Games have been going on since ancient Greece, but.
No, I think what he means is Sonic. I know. Sonic
Mario.
versus Mario games. Yeah,
that's been going on since the Wii. That will never get ported purely just because the plumber's in it. Nintendo's not gonna have that shit. You gonna put that on play? Yeah, no.
What is a square button?
Mario choke a bitch before that happens.
He choked Sega and then go choke a bitch.
Well, no, they've been
these
cool.
candy buttons.
Why is your X button where the A button's supposed to be?
No, their X button is the B button. I think is.
This just reminds me of those old antagonism trailers that they had, like Sega does what Nintendo don't.
Well, yeah, they price it. They price a remaster at an appropriate price.
See, that's what I'm so happy.
But you know what the problem though is. Tyrone, did you get to the problem though with one of the ports they're doing?
You came in right during that time, so no, I didn't.
Okay. Do you want me to go into?
DFS brought up the where it's on PC, but it's on the
it's on the wrong store. It's on the wrong
Epic Game Store.
Yeah,
he brought that up.
Is that the one you had issues with?
Oh, absolutely. Because it's the fucking Epic Game Store, and that shit can go eat a dick for all I care.
Yeah, the launcher is too fucking resource intensive. The DRM is shit, and also it's about and just imagine that you have that shit, and you have de novo DRM on top of that. That means your computer will be on the fucking. That means if you don't have a fucking top end machine, your machine ain't fucking playing shit.
I ain't playing shit.
Pretty much, it's low key Kingdom Hearts all over again.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And nobody's happy about that.
And then watch. It's like, oh, we're gonna remake fucking Jazz Jackrabbit. Well, yeah, fuck that too.
No, you're the only who would be like about that. All right.
Yeah.
I think the only thing is I would wait until somebody removes the fucking DRM before I buy it.
So here's the question then, for those who have played Colors, what do you want out of this remaster? What are some of the add-ons you feel should be on this remaster?
More playable characters.
Yes.
I do have one little information. Actually, in fact, there's a lot of information that came out regarding that game, and it was never shown in the actual video itself.
That's like one of the worst things about that presentation. That's like the worst one. One of the worst things about the presentation is that for some stupid reason, a lot of the side content, like information that people would have really given a fuck about, you had to go look elsewhere to get it. And I'm like, what? Like the whole thing with the Origins collection having the fucking Sonic 3 and Knuckles and the fucking and keeping the music and shit. I'm like, that's pretty fucking huge considering, you know, Michael fucking Jackson was heavily involved with it.
And also, it was confirmed it's also going to be getting the widescreen treatment as well.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was confirmed.
It doesn't show in the trailer, though, so you would think it wouldn't be, but not. According to people working on it, they are making it similar to Sonic 1 and Sonic 2.
Exactly.
I guess that alone says a lot about how video games are now presented to the people. Like, oh, we just need to show that we are getting a Sonic game. You don't need to know the rest. You're going to buy it. Like, it's Sonic. You're going to buy it. Like, at this point, it's... I don't know. It just feels like it.
I would say this. I think it's because the trailers are done way in advance, and then they add shit later, and then they say, "Oh, instead of remaking the trailer, we're just gonna fucking do this."
Because maybe like closer to the release date, they'll be like, "Hey, look, here's some features."
No. What I mean is,
oh, you mean like an updated trailer?
Yeah.
I mean updated trailer, but this is what I'm saying. The trailer was prepared probably maybe a month or so in advance, and then when they had more stuff to news, and then when the trailer's out already. Okay, let's just put addendum because it's cost too much time and man hours to fucking reanimate or redo.
Like trailer. The original first trailer, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, not the second trailer.
Yeah. So So then they're gonna have this opportunity. Okay, then we're gonna create another trailer later. But since we're in a deadline here and the shit's got to be out the door in like a month for this trailer, there's no fucking way that we could go back and edit all this shit back in.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why.
Okay, so what I want, I know can't happen because that would require them to go much further than what's necessary. But I do agree with Terrell on the more playable characters, but keep it to a reasonable amount. So Knuckles, Tails, and maybe
Shadow.
Any of you? Knuckles, Tails. I don't know what Shadow will be doing here exactly, but
I was in the DS game.
Well, I was gonna say is the reason why I even brought up multiple characters is because if you played the DS version, you pretty much got almost the entire fucking cast, if I remember correctly.
They were all doing bullshit,
even
but they
Blaze,
were there.
who's not even from that dimension.
I wasn't
even belong here. Bitch.
If I was gonna pick characters, I would have picked Sonic, Shadow, and Blaze.
Sonic, okay, that's a nice roster. Sonic, Shadow, and Blaze. That's part of the roster of the Black Knights game anyway. But have them. Or if you're gonna include like the others, have like Wisp. I wanted to do a Wisp compatibility.
Include the Wisp from the DS version. That's the other thing.
That would be cool too. I know it's way too far in programming and they can't do it, but I wanted certain Wisp to be like more compatible with certain characters than others. Like for example, the Float Wisp works better with Tails than others. Sonic can utilize the Laser Wisp better. Knuckles can utilize the Drill Wind better because it's part of their power sets anyway. So I think it would like enhance what they already got. But I know the game's not going to do all that. So like if Sonic uses the Laser Wisp, he can access areas the others just can't. Because super speed.
To me at that point you gotta make new levels.
At that point you're making new levels, and that's one of the things I do want is new levels. I wanted more levels in the game.
Well, let me take this opportunity to talk a little bit about what's going to be in this game. Both things that they released in the press and things they didn't even announce in the press, but it's actually in the game. So let's start off with numero uno, Wisp power-ups. It has been officially confirmed that there is going to be a brand new Wisp that's going to be joining in on this one called the Jade Ghost Wisp. And
that's the cartoon.
Yeah, that's the one from the cartoons. And apparently this Wisp will give you the ability to pass through solid objects. Now, I don't know what the level design is going to shape up to be, given that they're literally bringing the level design back, and I'm not sure how that's going to work with this Wisp, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Depends on which levels it's in.
Yeah, or maybe you can carry it over. That'd be cool. Like, carry a Wisp to the next level.
The problem is that in certain levels, it's absolutely useless. That's the problem with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the problem, what was it, Hover had.
Yeah, like I said, it'll be fun if, like, before the beginning of a level, you can actually customize what wisp you want to carry with you or something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I love Sonic Colors, but that's the downside is that certain wisps just don't belong in certain level. Like, if you use a wisp in a certain level, it may or may not be useful. They usually only put in wisps they know are going to work. But in Forces, they'll put any fucking, like, it's here. Okay, whatever.
Well, Forces was different because of the whole you create your own character levels. Because of those characters, they could literally use any wisp, so it made sense for why they were there.
Do you think they can backtrack and put some of the ones that were in Lost World in colors? Like the obscure rhythm
you mean
wisp?
like that Eagle Wisp, whatever it's called?
The Eagle Wisp. The problem is the Eagle Wisp would work, but it essentially would allow you to cheese levels.
Yeah.
The Void Wisp, that would require them being able to program certain parts of the levels to be disintegrated and used, but that one isn't really good.
The Bomb Wisp, though.
You might as well just use Frenzy at that point. If you're
most of the levels you would use the Void one is where Frenzy would go.
I want Frenzy's fucking 3D control to be better. That shit was atrocious.
Maybe if you play as Shadow, it'll work better.
Also, you only use Frenzy in like what, 2 or 3 stages?
Yeah, you use it mostly in the asteroid coaster level.
The last
like those weird tubes and everything that you gotta plow through.
Yeah, he's not using a lot. He's not using a lot, so.
But let me continue on here. It says here, better than ever, compatible with new gen or next gen consoles, and now more colorful than ever with enhanced visuals and graphics going up to the 4K style on PS4 and Xbox One. Ultra smooth 60 frames per second, and more gameplay upgrades. Now here's the other thing. Rival Rush mode. Put your skills to the test and go head-to-head with Metal Sonic. Break records and win to unlock rewards. What rewards, you might be asking? Go and take a look again at that Sonic Colors Ultimate trailer. You might notice something very interesting with Sonic as his design, because the trailer revealed that, yes, you can customize Sonic in this upcoming game. So you can change the colors of his shoes, the little bracelet things, all that. You can actually give him some of those like customizable equipment for him to use as he's
so that basically means PC modders could put fucking like the fucking white Vans on him.
Yes, basically that. Yeah, you'll be able to be given the option to customize certain things for Sonic himself as he's going through the stages in colors. Now, to what extent is that going to be? I'm not certain, but Donnie did provide a link right now showing off, I assume, an image of something for... Oh, okay, it's just showing off Sonic or Metal Sonic in general. But yeah, so... these are little small features that are going to be in the game. I'm curious to see how things are going to shape up as we approach closer to the release date of Sonic Colors. But now let's go and take a quick second to talk a little bit about... And I say quick second because there's really nothing much to talk about for this one. Specifically for this title anyway. Dragon Quest 12. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. That's all I can say. I mean, it's happening soon.
We had the luxury to watch the Dragon Quest live announcements on my stream, actually. On what was it? Thursday? Was that Thursday?
Yes, I think it was. That was Thursday or Wednesday. It was.
I think it was. Oh no, it was Wednesday. We were doing Pokemon Snap. That's right.
Yeah, so Dragon Quest 12 was one of the many titles that that was announced during the Dragon Quest presentation that they had. Here's the thing. I don't care about this, honestly, because they revealed the 2D HD remake of Dragon Quest 3, man.
And also supposedly, they were like completely like abusing the fucking interpreter. So that was apparently.
Oh my god!
DSS, you would have had a fucking field day listening to this interpreter, man. She was amazing.
Even the Dragon Quest YouTube channel was like, "Don't worry, girl, you got this."
I don't know. The way she talked was great. It's just because she had all these she had to keep up. So
she was doing everybody. That was the problem.
Yeah, she was talking about everybody. So she'd be like, the Dragon Quest game, Dragon Quest 3, such an iconic, such an iconic version that got released, and it's getting remade, It's gonna be great, and like she just had to keep up with everything.
Well, you see, that's the problem, because again, with the differences in like between Japanese and English, it's a pain. Like any like official official English announcements you would get on like a news report or something, or if there's like a disaster or emergency report, they literally have to wait until the sentence before it is done before they speak, because the problem is the root of it is at the end of the sentence instead of at the beginning of the sentence. So it's kind of fucked that way, but that's the way the language works. But yeah, that's nice. But that's 2D remake. Damn, that's gonna be. I might actually buy that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it looks
gorgeous.
I actually might buy that.
I'm cussing myself out right now because I bought Dragon Quest 3 recently because they had a bundle where they sold 1, 2, and 3. And I'm so pissed because I'm like, if I had known, I would have just held off on 3.
But now you have 1 and 2, though.
Well, yeah, I got 1 and 2, but if I had waited a bit, I could have just got the beautiful looking 3. I'm gonna get the beautiful looking 3 regardless. But
we also don't know when that's coming out, to be fair.
Yeah,
no release on the stream right now, and this looks like the style that they are doing it. It looks like Octopath Traveler.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's the same people. It's the same.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's the same team. Okay. Yeah.
It's not only the same team; it's also the same engine. As they title it, the 2D HD engine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every old school Final Fantasy needs to be remade in that engine.
Oh my god, bro. I'm just thinking about like all of the games that could benefit from the 2D HD. Hey, Square, you worked with Nintendo for that Super Mario RPG one. You want to go ahead and give that the 2D HD treatment too? You're just saying?
People need to let that go. I think that's just dead. Yeah.
No, man. Nintendo and Square have been at their best recently with this recent console.
That doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
But you cannot deny Super Mario RPG 2D HD remake.
I know that we said that this game shouldn't be remade, but I would not mind if Chrono Trigger gets remade with this engine.
Well, I think most people wouldn't mind if Chrono Trigger got remade with that engine.
Or people just afraid in general because
people are just afraid. The only reason why people bring it up because they're afraid they're gonna fuck it up.
That's they should have. I
don't want them to fuck Chrono Trigger up.
They should have done Diamond and Pearl in this engine.
Man, we're not doing this.
Don't do that to me, man. I'm just thinking about.
And
I'm so mad that we had to leave the sprite era of Pokemon, bro. If they had done the DP remakes on the 2D HD engine, that would have been on a level all on its own, and it would have just been beautiful. We ain't getting that.
I would have bought it. I would have bought it if it was like this.
Bro, everybody would have bought that shit. It would have sold units above and beyond. Like people, like there is such a unique taste to these like pixel art games that are, like with Octopath Traveler now, especially with this upcoming Dragon Quest 3 remake, it just so different to everything else that we've been seeing currently, where everybody's just trying to become the next best looking thing in entertainment. And it's like, let's just go back to the roots. Let's just celebrate the pixel art that gave us the games that.
Don't tell me what to do, KG. Jeez.
Mm-hmm. I just want them to 2D HD these games, man.
You're so selfish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just love video games. But not so. Yeah.
KG is a strong believer that the ZX is actually cursed.
That actually sounds about right. I want that to be a part of your tagline. K, the Z-axis is cursed G.
There you go. I'll update that when I get the opportunity later on Twitter.
Oh, Lord.
But, so Dragon Quest, I mean, they announced a couple of other things. I didn't really care about the other things because, 10
update, 10 offline, which I think that one, the 10 offline may be a Western thing. Because why make an offline mode for the Japan when Japan's been playing it online for almost a decade now?
Yeah.
So that I think offline might be for the US audience, and then 12, the logo for 12. Which, to be fair, when you think about how many Dragon Quests came out from like 2000 to 2010, it's weird that like the only one we've gotten between 2010 and 2021 is one game, and it's like what?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck happened? So I guess maybe they're trying to kick up production. It just depends on the direction they go in.
Actually, somebody in chat says you're a pixel guy. Yeah, back in the day before YouTubing and stuff, I used to do a lot of pixel art, animated pixel art. In fact, I even showed it every now and then, sometimes on social media, on Twitter, and like on random streams. Like
Evan is a creative mind. He just doesn't know where to put his creativity towards. Sometimes.
No, it's just more so I just did it, and then I was like, yeah, I'm bored, and just wanted to do something else for a change.
Oh,
you know, because back then it's like I only did that just for pure fun, and I always wanted to figure out like what I could do to continue providing fun.
Isn't everything you do online for pure fun?
Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
No, absolutely not.
Well, what are we supposed to do then?
I don't know who the fuck lied to you and told you.
Time me to go
back.
You mean
I've been living my year lives as a lie?
What are you supposed to do?
My life has been a lie. That's what you're telling me.
I mean, you hear the beat. You hear the beat from Tyrone and TSS. I should never explain anything though.
I'm in a video game.
I shouldn't have.
No.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So innocent.
Well, that just means that you're a pure soul. So good for you, sir.
I hope that's
what it is. If you've never heard that.
I want KG to come back next week.
Wait. You know what's fucked up?
I remember I used that cover from that one kid on the freaking 1, 2, 3 opening. So
you know what's fucked about that? The KG recognized the song, but Kuro didn't, which is like what? Because KG, you're supposed to be the pure one.
Oh,
KG, Tyrone, I need a voice clip of you calling KG a disappointment.
Oh boy. Just me saying he's a disappointment.
Yeah, exactly. We keep it simple. We're not trying to overcomplicate this.
Jesus Christ.
He turned to you like, Kevin, yes, disappointment. Oh.
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed.
Allow me to cry away on the mic now while I go.
Be like, Dad, no, give me another chance.
I'm sorry, David.
I've been trying to disappoint you.
It's not you. Well, actually, it is you, but
it's you.
It's you.
It's about you. It's about me. No.
Wow.
Pokemon.
I'm done with you, sir. Go to bed. I'm done with you.
All right.
No,
well,
that was completely in the wrong key. That wasn't even meant to say.
I wasn't gonna complain about it.
It's about you. It's about me. Fuck that. Next.
Okay, so obviously we got to talk about this now. We got our Sonics, we got our Dragon Quest fix, I guess, out of the way and all that. Yeah. Let's go and talk about the thing everybody is waiting for the most. And that is, of course, none other than, without a doubt, E3 of this year, man. E3 is looking very, very exciting. I am curious to see where things are going to go for this in general, because we don't know much of what's going to happen. There is a lot of things that have been circulating the web lately regarding, as I was talking before with you guys, the Super Nintendo Switch. And that supposedly is going to be revealed days before E3 2021 because they want to have some of the developers show off games that are going to be coming out to the new updated Switch that is going to, entice fans to try to go and purchase that system. So this is going to be interesting to see how things are going to shape up for that. Let's go talk a little bit about that. Why don't we? I think it's Nintendo's turn this year to really need to make a noise, because now that the companies of Microsoft and Sony had revealed their next-gen consoles, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, and those are already out now in the market, Nintendo needs to find a way to catch up. And this is the perfect opportunity for them to reignite the hope of that for fans in this year. Now, of course, I don't think it's going to go well, given that, as you know, this year has been pretty hard when it comes to purchasing products, especially those that are very well loved by many, thanks to scalping and stuff. But nonetheless, though, it is still something to look forward to. Let's begin with this, why don't we? The new Nintendo Switch, titled either Switch Plus, Super Nintendo Switch, you name it, the Switch 2 for all I know. Let's begin with that. So, what do you guys think about the fact that now, after 4 years, we're finally going to be seeing not a new console, but rather a revision, similar to like the PlayStation 4 had with their the Pro.
Weirded out because didn't we just get the Switch Lite not so long ago?
That was about a year or two ago.
Yeah,
but
that's not
the
long.
Switch Lite.
Actually,
The
no,
Switch
yeah, we
Lite
did get this a year
The
or
Switch
two.
Lite wasn't a revision. It was just a
An alternative.
An alternative. Yeah.
It was a year and a half.
It's actually a low cost version, if you would think.
Yeah, I know that. I know that it's just like, oh, Switch Lite, now new Switch 2, Switch Boogaloo, Switch. It's just a lot. It's just gonna be, I don't know, just like
how old is
Switch.
Tyrone.
Hold on. Let's think about this through a parent's perspective for a second. Because I literally answered Terrell's question by saying my next statement. Let's think about this to a parent's perspective. Now, a parent has to go buy the Switch. Well, that means the parent has to buy regular ass Switch or Switch Lite or new Switch. And it's just gonna be like, honey, I don't know what the fuck it. Just get this, and then she winds up with an actual Switch, like a non-video game thing, just a fucking Switch under the goddamn tree.
Well, Microsoft has the problem already, so it doesn't make a difference.
Also, Tyrone, you owned a DS, didn't you?
Yeah, I bought those. I said from the perspective of a parent, Terrell.
But I'm saying that's been a problem in general with if we're talking Nintendo products. The DS was like that. You had the DS, you had the DS Lite, you had the DSi, you had the DS XL. Like
3DS, 2DS.
Yeah, this is nothing new.
Actually, go back to the Game Boy, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance SP, the Game Boy Advance Micro.
People, I feel like people think after you turn getting your 30s or some shit, 30s or 40s, you're just retarded all of a sudden. Like that's how this works.
The thing about it, I know that difference because I'm a gamer. The adults the adults that gotta buy this shit.
Tyrone's a gamer.
Okay, for the adults that gotta buy this shit for their children, they don't know that shit.
But aren't those adults that are parents now once before gamers though? So maybe they still think.
Obviously, being a parent has its own level of responsibility.
I'm just saying for those people who have those issues, that just means kids just write down specifically what it is you want. Two, this has been an issue anyway. So like at this point, like I don't think it really makes any difference. And this would be only the third version of a Switch. And they're all named in ways that are pretty simple. Switch Lite, which in any other form would mean like diet or like a smaller version of the same product, and Pro or Super would mean a more powerful or a bigger version of what they're thinking.
Yeah. Like not the shit with the Xbox One. We had the original Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One X. Xbox One, Xbox One X, Xbox One S, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, dude.
And also, just to clarify, according to these leaks as well, they said that as
do you have a link to those, KG?
I will get to you. I will get it for you in just a minute. As I grab it right here. But the leak also did state that the Nintendo Switch, when this new revision comes out, they're going to also discontinue the original Switch and replace that with the newer one. But the Switch Lite will still exist.
I would assume it's going to be like a new 3DS scenario to where like new games run better on the Pro Switch or the Switch, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, more likely.
You can still get them on the regular Switch.
I think they're also saying that it's going to be, if you recall, the new Nintendo 3DS when that came out, they also had games that were exclusively running on only the new Nintendo 3DS.
Three. They only Xenoblade and like Hyrule Warriors.
And then I think the Super Nintendo stuff you can only get on this.
Yeah, because the Wii and I guess the Wii U before it, they did this once with the Wii and then Wii U, and then immediately they sort of stopped that shit. Because before the Wii, we got the GameCube, then the 64, then
Well, the Wii U isn't. Yeah, but the problem is the Wii U isn't an extension of the Wii. It was a new console.
It's the new console, but with the same like sharing the name.
Yeah,
I will be right back.
Oh, I see it. I see the Pro.
I don't think that the Switch Pro is going to be a new console. I still think it's going to be like in the Switch like family of systems.
Yeah, well, yeah, so like your statement of it being a new 3DS is about what I would assume. Like it's it's either more efficient or it's a little bit more powerful.
There's a way
or like a DSi.
And it's a way to basically extend the Nintendo Switch's like lifespan a little bit, so that way it can keep up.
This is the midpoint for the Switch, like 4 years, like just more 4. Like
it's probably so. I'm wondering though if the controllers are going to be like any different. Like, will the Joy-Cons for the Switch Pro? Do you think they'll be compatible with the regular Switch and vice versa? Or do you think they'll make or maybe do you think they'll do an updated version of Joy-Cons? All I know is that
to be fair, the Joy-Cons need to be updated. But
yeah.
But I hope they're compatible with the old ones. That way, I can switch out with them and use those because Joy-Cons are fucking expensive. So
yeah. Would you guys buy a Switch Pro day one?
Depends on the features set for it.
Yeah, I would wait.
Yeah,
I need to see what features are on the Switch Pro to justify buying.
Weirdly, I know Terrell brought up that DS situation, but the 3D, I bought the 3DS, and then they kept making other shit, and I'm like, I still have the same 3DS that I bought. Like, that's the same one. I haven't bought any after that.
To
be fair, the 3DS, the new 3DS XL was actually a worthy upgrade because you actually had the
I'm sure it was.
The thumbstick.
I still use mine.
So going over the leak that
better screen.
Yeah, the main things I'm noticing is a better screen. It seems like the conversation seems to be that it's going to support 4K resolutions in dock mode, a better battery life. I'm surprised it supports 4K, especially when the conversation seems to be that it's using the same processor as it was before.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a newer version of the SoC.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. Like you already had the X2, right? The Tegra
X1.
X2?
No, Tegra X1.
No, that's what's in it now. I'm talking about. Isn't there
a newer version supposedly an X2?
X2, yeah.
According to what I'm reading here, they're saying that it's supposedly going to do that. It's also going to have a weird way of 4K graphics, but it's not actually going to be like making it 4K. It's some kind of weird programming within the Tegra X2.
It's going to probably do what the PS4 Pro does, where like it like a lot of games never hit 4K.
What's probably going to do is it's probably going to run at like 1440p or something. Then it's going to be upscaled to 4K.
Yeah.
So 1440p, I would imagine that it's going to be possible, because here's the thing: it doesn't matter. We keep talking about it. The thing though is, at the end of the day, it's a fucking ARM SoC. It's an ARM SoC. It's just like with Android, right? Where you have all these different processors, but it can still run the same games. It's just a different, more powerful. I mean, it's the same architecture, but it's just a better SoC, a better system.
Yeah, better, more polished console.
And then the only other thing
it's like running Genshin Impact on a fucking Snapdragon 730 versus a Snapdragon 888. It's the same.
And supposedly it'll properly use USB 3.0, because I don't think the current Switch does. I think the current Switch has the ability. It has the ability to do it, but they don't do it. Also,
it doesn't have the interface on the SoC. So.
Yeah, so those are kind of like the baseline rumored specs. There's some other wants that people want, like proper Bluetooth or better Bluetooth support, a sturdier build quality, and improved 1080p in handheld. But those are like wish things. Like the main thing is the 4K, the upgraded chip, the OLED.
I don't understand this 1080p on a little screen. I think at 720p is best for the screen.
You have it's called a phone, dude.
You have a phone.
You have a phone. Like for example, the freaking
two
Xiaomi.
phones, you fucking weirdo.
And one is not being used as a phone.
3. What the fuck? When did you get the third one?
But the whole thing is that you can get a fucking $200 phone now, and it has a 16 by no, it's not 16 by 9. It's 19 by 9 1080p screen, and it's like 6 inches. So
I'm
it's
only
like
saying
5,
this from the
5.8.
perspective of just trying to make sure this thing doesn't cost $499.
Well, I mean, price wise, what do you think this thing's going for?
$350.
350?
3 to 350. Yeah.
I'm definitely not getting it at launch. Then fuck that.
Good luck trying to get it at launch, given the United Scalpers Association out here just grabbing all this shit.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think I would personally get it on launch because I would probably want to wait for like a limited edition or something.
I wish there was a way to do. I wish there was. Some stores do this. There's a thing called limited purchase. It means you can only buy a certain amount. The Disney store actually does it. It's weird. When I went out of town to Branson, they had a limited purchase. I wanted to buy more than 6 of something, and they were like, "You can only buy 5 of this," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Wait, you wanted to buy more than 6 of something? What the hell?
I wanted to buy it for my coworkers too, but like,
okay.
And they were like, "You can only buy 5 of this," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Let me go out the store after I purchase these 5s and come back in. It'll refresh my count to 0.
You can technically do that, but no one wants to go through the trouble of leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back. Plus, they at that point they know what you're doing, and they do the limited purchase because they try to stop scalpers. That's literally
you could have just had your friend buy it.
Yeah. But I mean they do. I wasn't gonna like just go through all that hassle. At that point, I was like, yeah, I'll just get something else. But
somebody said like GameStop would bundle deals that stop scalpers.
They still do that. The fucking like the PlayStation 5 bundles that include Miles Morales and a fucking PlayStation Plus card.
It's very easy too. All they do is that they install a thing in the computer that makes it so if an item is sold duplicate times, it limits the purchase, and then it's like, oh, you can't buy this more than this many times, or the way a limited amount of purchases.
The way I'm really going to judge whether or not I get it is depending on what games get what support for it.
Yeah.
The only games I know for a fact that'll probably get support are Nintendo games. And
specifically, the one I think of in mind, Metroid Prime 4.
Well, that's if we can see that.
I would say that.
We would have to see that. I don't even know if that's coming out this year.
That's a myth.
Well, Metroid, the rumor is that we're getting a Metroid. We just don't know if it's going to be that.
Yeah, but look how pathetic this is looking right now. The rumor. How many times have you heard the word Metroid and rumor put together?
Do you guys think it'll come out this year?
See,
it'll come out holiday this year, is what I think.
How many times have you heard that sentence?
Wait, you mean Metroid Prime 4 coming out this year?
No, the Switch Pro.
Oh no, yeah, definitely.
What?
Yeah,
this year?
Yeah. Why would you announce it this year? Why would you announce it this week and then like wait a year to have it come out? It's not a brand new console. It's just a revision.
Yeah, probably it would probably be for a Christmas thing. Yeah.
Yeah, holidays. Holiday purchases. That shit's gonna go crazy.
Remember, I'm about to say Diamond Pro remakes come out in the holidays, and Nintendo's been known to do that fucking bundle.
And you got Pokemon. Yeah, the Diamond Pro remakes are coming out like in November.
The Switch Lite was released when Sword and Shield was released.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Remember, we got a Sword and Shield. Didn't we get a Sword and Shield?
Yeah, I have the Switch Lite with me, the Sword and Shield Switch Lite.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh, so we're going to get like a Switch Pro that's like going to be like Yalgan talking.
No, they're not going to go that far.
Diamond Pro isn't good enough of a game for that.
I did see a funny thing online where it's like, the double packs that are happening right now. I saw somebody tweet about it, like saying, "Oh man, I can't wait when the double pack for Legends come out and you just get 2 copies of the game itself."
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, so much.
It's just Larkius twice in the box. There's no difference. They fucking game.
They did it the Mad Lads. They did a double pack for Legends.
This is devolved into madness. Is this what Pokemon does to the fan base?
I just like to imagine you open the box and it's two fucking copies.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Sword and Shield controversy going on. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
that was
and also,
dumb.
Wait, what do you mean? What controversy?
well, and also, like I said, as I said, you know, the
Was it
video
them
that I made
doing
like
that
3 weeks ago.
That
3 years
weird
ago.
comparison picture I kept seeing.
Yes,
Oh,
it's that
that's
dumb
the
comparison. It was
worst.
like they're comparing it to Black 2 and White 2, and I'm like, I can't say anything because I never played the game 100%. So,
Well, why is that all of a sudden coming up all of a sudden?
oh no, it's because the person tweeted about it. It got traction, and now it's trending on social media.
But it's also like the second version of Black and White. If you're going to make that argument, you need to make the argument with Black and White 1, not Black and White 2.
Yeah.
Why they make why they make it with Black and White 2? Because it makes Sword and Shield look worse.
Yeah.
That's why they do it. You took the most content-rich game in the entire old gen series, and then threw it against one of the recent game, and I'm like,
You're asking for common sense on Twitter. I think that's your biggest
no,
problem.
I'm asking common sense from the
What a
Pokemon
reason
fan
to
base.
complain. It's always,
Again,
it's
same
always
shit.
like-
You're not getting.
Yeah, I
you're
was
not
gonna
getting
say
it.
that didn't help its case.
Also,
gonna get
hey,
it. All right.
Rich, how you doing, buddy?
Memorial Day
Richie-
clean is done. I figure out how to on. So what's going on with y'all today?
What were you cleaning? Your palette?
Wait, what the hell? Why'd
Yeah,
you
exactly,
take my
my palate
cleaning
count.
position for? I was the one that does it all the time.
No, because you clean every 5 seconds. All right,
Yeah,
There's a
that's true.
difference.
But right now I can't. I'm eating soup, so.
What? Why?
Well, to
Okay.
be fair, I mentioned I didn't eat before, so yeah.
Why did you deprive yourself of food?
Come on, man.
That is
It's
actually
because the food
hilarious.
needed to be cooked, man. Why?
I'm not cleaning right now. I'm eating soup.
I'll get fast food like normal
I'm
people.
cleaning
Fuck.
this bowl of food that I got in my
Oh,
plate.
yeah, that low key sounds disgusting. Like, what is he doing? He's licking the shit out of his bowl. Like, ugh.
I would assume that's what cleaning the bowl means.
No, you
Lick-
could
lick-
just be
no.
washing up. You could be washing a bowl.
Are you a fucking dog?
You never heard of fucking spoons?
Yeah, I have, but I'm the big spoon. That's all that matters.
Yeah, why do I have a fork? Actually thinking about it.
What?
You eating soup with a fork? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey.
I'm going home, yo. I'm going home.
It's just,
I'm going home.
You're eating soup with a
I'm
fork.
going home.
look, he's just eating soup on
I'm-
different. Terrell, we heard the
going
joke
home.
already. Oh, he's eating soup on difficult mode.
That's not difficult,
It's
Mo. That's not eating soup. How are you eating soup with a fork?
KG is seriously. Wait, KG's out here eating the Dark Souls of soup.
No,
Oh,
no,
Campbell's.
Campbell's chicken soup.
no Dark
Makes
Souls of
perfect
soup. No Dark Souls of soup would be one of those fucking like 10x bowls of ramen you would get a fucking at
It'd be that Persona ramen. That fucking the mega beef bowl ramen.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Yeah,
Gotta raise
you
up
can
my
never see the,
intelligence,
you can never
man.
see the end of it. You can never see the end of it.
So would that
But
be,
my intelligence
so,
and
so
other
if we're
abilities
basing
increase.
if we're basing it off Persona, would the Dark Souls of hamburgers be the Big Bang Burger?
Yes.
Yep.
Big Bang
Yep.
Burger.
Yeah, that's the whole.
I
that's
just
the
got done
eating
doing that.
challenge.
Go
fucking
check out
challenge.
Tyrone's stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just got done doing that challenge earlier today.
But did you complete it though?
Oh well,
So-
I beat the first one. The second one I could.
Oh, what? So you didn't get level 5 guts? Wow, you're not a true pro Persona
I
gamer.
know,
like
right?
me.
He's trying to get in them guts. It takes time.
How dare I?
It takes time to get in
How
there.
the
It takes
fuck?
Ooh, do you have it? Guts.
Wrong guts, buddy, but I still
Also, RIP to Berserk creator.
Rest in
Taro
peace.
Miura, your art will never go unnoticed, man. Your beautiful
Rest
art
in
is.
peace.
I never wanted to see so many demon rape scenes in my life.
Oh, God.
Anyway,
Yeah, man.
so do y'all
Yeah,
remember?
this all relates to E3, by the way.
Do y'all remember when we were talking about E3?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
What's that?
good
Okay,
times,
so
good times.
the Super
I blame
Nintendo
Campbell's.
Switch aside, I guess,
The
because
Super Nintendo Switch.
yeah, let's go and talk
Boom.
about Nintendo.
That's what I'm gonna call it because that sounds like the coolest name until they come out, they release it and it's actually called the Switch Pro, which would be lame.
I just
No,
wanna
I'm
be
just
called Switch
expecting it
Plus.
to be called New Switch.
I want to be called Switch Plus. That's what I want.
Switch, but with an
Plus.
extra H at the end.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Switch.
say Switch, like the Wii, you know.
Oh shit!
That sounds
Sweet.
Guys are actually idiots.
Oh man, but okay, let's talk about Nintendo's E3 presentation. Why don't we?
I wanted to be called Blade, Switchblade.
That doesn't sound bad at all.
If there's not a black version, I'm rioting.
There better be. I mean, the original Switch came out with it and the neon colors.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Now,
Equality.
Nintendo this year. Nintendo this
Yeah,
year.
that fucked you all up, didn't
Yeah,
it?
that fucked me up in the middle of my soup, man.
Move forward.
Yeah, it's okay. Video games.
Nintendo fucking soup.
needs to come in with video games. They need to do stuff that will get fans excited, because as it stands right now, Nintendo is kind of on the lacking side. The only big powerhouse game they got going on right now is surprisingly Mario Golf. We need some big heavy ones right now from Nintendo's IP department.
I'm just gonna I'll throw this out here. I know you're saying that, but I'm also like, I look over at Microsoft and I'm like, well, you're not doing anything at all, buddy.
Yeah, what is Microsoft?
But here's the thing, Terrell.
Shit, man.
Well, hey, let's talk about Nintendo.
No, we can't. I'm just making.
They always haven't been doing shit. We don't expect shit from them. That's why we're not making a big deal out of it. We expect shit from Nintendo.
Oh, they're just the fuck up little brother that we just watch in the corner and just be like, oh, he's a fuck up.
Well, yeah, whenever they say new, like world premiere, he said the thing, you know.
The people that pay $10 for the fucking.
When we look at Microsoft, we go, we expect you to act like a fucking idiot. Nintendo, how dare you? Like you're Nintendo.
You know, this is what creates bad family relationships.
So Tyrone, what you're saying is that we expect disappointment, but in different ways.
Yes.
From Microsoft.
Exactly what I'm saying.
If Microsoft's like, we ain't got no game. Literally, if a guy came up to Microsoft right now during E3 and was like, hi, how's it going? I'm Steve or whatever from Microsoft. He'd be like, we ain't got no games. And everybody would go, and they would clap and shit. Yeah, nothing.
No games.
Oh my god.
We expect that. But if Nintendo did it, we would fucking riot. And you know it.
You know what I expect? A car.
Let's call it double standard. That goes
Of course it is.
My first prediction for this E3 for Nintendo's
green
presentation. So first off, there's not going to be an announcement for a new fighter pass, but there will be the final character, and then they're going to stop making DLC.
That's not a rumor.
For Smash.
That's
I
not
mean,
Well,
that's
actually,
not
we don't
a-
even know if it's confirmed they're coming, but it's a guaranteed fact they're going to be showing up. But
Yeah, like, that's not to me. That's not.
But
Yeah, that's
the
that's not a
rumor, though,
Listen, but
is
no,
the
listen. I was about to say the character. Stick with me. There's two options it could be. One.
Waluigi.
One is if you look in the little Discord chat here, maybe you could put it on the stream. It would be Knuckles. So Smash Ultimate could be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate
I'm just gonna
and
drink my water
Knuckles.
here in the back.
Shit.
damn, man,
Did they do that before where an assist character in the game currently can become a fighter?
Oh wait, there's two more slots left. Okay, Knuckles is the 5th slot, and then all right. Here's what the last slot will
So
be.
what would happen when you
they're
get an assist trophy and it's Knuckles?
They're gonna announce both.
They did that with Little Mac. Remember, Little Mac got upgraded from Brawl to an actual
No,
character.
but that was from one game to the next. I'm talking about like in the current game. Smash Ultimate Knuckles is an assist trophy currently.
No,
So
listen.
what do you
So
do?
the Smash trailer, the final character to be announced for Smash is
You wouldn't do Knuckles.
Is clearly going to be Goku.
oh, come on, man.
Hear me out here. Nah, it's going to be Goku.
I feel like
Sakurai.
I feel like this joke. It's one of those
Yeah, this
jokes
joke
that
has
you've heard.
lived way past its prime.
Listen, I'm not joking. I'm not
This
joking.
joke died 4 years
No.
ago.
I'm curious. Guys, I'm curious. I need to hear his statement.
Listen. Here's my reason.
Shoot 'em.
So Sakurai has said on multiple occasions that he's not going to put Goku or any other non-video game character in Smash, because if he adds one, then he's got a whole list of characters that he would have to add because of that. But if he makes Goku the last character, that doesn't open the floodgates because there's not going to be any more characters.
Oh, so you're saying that at that point, it's just like he's the last one. You don't have to worry about other characters coming in.
Fine.
Ion, you just spent 45 seconds of bullshit. I want my 45 seconds back.
Tyrone.
Oh my
I
god.
apologize for any repetitive jokes I've done in the last 7 years of us knowing each other. Fucking That shit, that Goku shit right there, that shit can go die in a fucking fire.
Yeah, that Goku joke can happen in Smash 4.
Okay. But
that's like one of
hear
the
me out,
worst
hear me out.
running jokes that people won't shut the fuck up about.
I wasn't joking.
That makes it worse.
It makes it worse, yeah.
But it does provide comedy. I love it though.
But
well, I'm glad you're entertained.
Another Smash Bros. Character prediction. Waluigi finally.
Yeah, there we go.
Because listen.
I'm almost that one could die too.
I like that he's not in it.
Here's what the trailer. What will happen in the trailer for Waluigi? It'll open up on a standard Smash match. There'll be like Mario and whatever other character you want to have in there, and then an assist trophy will fall from the sky, right? Like how it does in the game. And Mario or somebody will go pick it up, and it'll summon Waluigi, and Waluigi's gonna be like, "Wow, I don't want to be an assist trophy anymore."
And he just smacks the shit out of the people.
He just fucking beats the shit out of Mario.
Yeah, Mario has to die in every trailer reveal.
He never answered the question.
Yeah, exactly.
He never answered the question: what happens to an assist trophy in the game if it becomes a character?
That's never happened before.
No,
it's never happened.
And then
they've only done game to game. That's the only time it's ever happened.
Then when Waluigi comes out,
they just took Little Mac out. That's all they did.
When the DLC fighter is released, Waluigi won't be an assist trophy anymore. He'll be a fighter.
Oh, they patch him out.
Yeah,
that's probably what they would do. Yeah,
you gotta go all the way into the game programming and delete the assist trophy. That doesn't even.
All right, but then you have either that or you have two Waluigis show up at the same time in a match.
No. I got the perfect example, guys. Whenever Waluigi's on the arena and you summon Waluigi by accident, it's actually Alfonso from The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks that takes place instead.
But now listen. The closest Tyrone the closest example I could give you is Arms. Springman is an assist trophy in Ultimate, but Min became a fighter later. The only thing you could do is pick a character from a different franchise. I mean, a different character from the same franchise.
Got it.
That's how Arms handle it. But literally, that's it. There's
so that
no
would
other.
mean they still can't use Waluigi. They would have to use another character.
There has never been a character in the same game go from assist trophy to main character.
Sakurai about to break that trend today. Well, in this E3.
Actually, Goku isn't going to get in the Smash. Vegeta is, because Goku will never get in Smash.
God damn it. But I do agree though with some things in regards he said with Waluigi though. I do believe Waluigi deserves, although I don't think he's gonna be the 6th one, I do believe he's gonna be the secret 7th one that's just gonna come out of
swear to God, if I drunk alcohol,
he's gonna be a joke character like Piranha Plant.
Exactly, he's gonna be that free DLC for buying the both packs.
Yeah, that would be funny actually.
I have 5 predictions for the new game.
All right, go right ahead, Carol.
So here's the thing. Number 1, it's because it's a game icon. I think Rayman should be in Smash, just because.
I'm fine with that one.
That's an easy one. Yeah,
I'm fine with that one.
Yeah, that's fine.
The second one, it's the wolf from Okami, because I think
finally somebody gives Ami some representation. God damn it, I want that.
Because Kevin only says that. Kevin's a furry. That's why he says
Rayman.
No, we don't have any 4-legged creatures fighting in Smash aside from Ivysaur and the Duck Hunt.
Then we do have 4-legged creatures. Then
we don't have enough, is what I said.
Isn't he a Marvel vs. Capcom?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's a Capcom character. He's from Okami.
Now, for number 3, because we always have a focus on the villains. And the last one before Pyra, it was actually, Sephiroth, right?
Yeah.
And we are on the 30th anniversary of Sonic, so maybe Dr. Robotnik as a...
Ben wanted him to be in it, actually.
I'm not against that.
Ben wanted Eggman. Although the question has always been, should he be in his Eggmobile, or should he be in his Egg Walker from Sonic Adventure?
Eggmobile.
Okay, that's fine. So he'll play a lot like Bowser Jr. then.
Okay, so number 4, because of memes like Super Smash Ultimate and Knuckles, Dante from Devil May Cry, and maybe Nero and Virgil as supports or
echoes,
yeah.
I don't know. They would do Dante.
And just
we're digging into Marvel vs. Capcom territory.
Yeah. So number 5, and this is because of Ian bringing up Dragon Ball. there is a character in Dragon Ball that it's a game original that could work, and that's Android 21. And I think that it's the only character that makes sense.
No.
Because it's the
I'm gonna
only
let
game
Tyrone.
character.
No.
Tyrone, that's all you, buddy. Just
Do it,
No.
man. It's all you.
tell them what they need to. Tell them what they need to hear. There we go.
It's
We're
just
good.
no.
All
Yeah,
right,
we're
then.
good.
Well,
No.
thank you for your predictions on the Smash ones, though. I do agree with a lot of them for certain. Like, I really do think Rayman has an opportunity to get himself.
Rayman would be the most logical, and I know what Richie's gonna say.
I wanted Shantae to be in there for the longest.
Shantae's my only other pick.
Wait, what am I gonna say about Rayman?
Well, no, actually,
no.
Richie,
I know
it's
what you're
your
going
turn,
to
I
say.
guess.
I want the man, so I'd be down.
No, I know. I know what you were going to say.
Hey, man,
like,
the other one.
the one you always been talking about.
Yeah, the one you really want in Smash. I was about to say it, but
Yeah, the one that always goes.
I'll let you talk.
I ain't picky. I can sell for Rayman.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
okay. You.
No, but I'm
believe
saying,
it.
would you, if you
Oh,
had
just
the
talking about
opportunity?
Fucking crash. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
God damn it. We were just waiting. Like, nobody wanted to say it because we figured you wanted to
No.
talk about Crash. So talk about fucking
Yeah,
Crash.
you guys said it for me. I don't need to.
Goku, shut the fuck up.
No!
Man, they gonna say all this shit.
I like Donnie Art's choice, Klonoa. Klonoa's a very, like,
The
not
claws
very...
is niche. That's the problem.
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
his scream again? Was it Yippee or something like that he does?
You would know.
I don't remember. I was
You
just
do
watching
remember.
a playthrough
What
of it and I forgot.
Okay, listen. They need to put a Zelda character in Smash.
Oh, it's Wahoo.
Literally, we haven't had a new Zelda character since Brawl, and 3 of them are Link.
Now,
So, like, a goal. They should probably put, like, a
they've
goal
also
on it.
redesigned. They've redesigned like 3 of the Zelda characters between games.
They'll
anyway.
if they were going to, they won't do a Zelda character, but if they were going to, I would want it to be, well, I personally would want it to be Girahim from Skyward Sword, but I know it would be probably one of the champions from Breath of the Wild,
yeah.
or Impa with her Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity design.
Yeah.
Like, oh well. Okay.
Yeah. That makes
oh,
sense.
bro, Impa though. Oh my god, that would be
No.
good.
I want the. No, was it Pura?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Urbosa. Was it?
I would also want.
Yeah, Urbosa is a lifestyle too. We fuck.
Out of the.
Listen, we talk about good-looking girls in the Zelda series. Brother Wild ain't fucking around, all right? And I'm 100% down for it. But like, the main thing is that I was gonna say the main thing Zelda's issue is more so that Zelda series has had like 3 redesigns. Link got redesigned, Zelda got redesigned, Ganon got redesigned. I don't know if they plan to do anything else Zelda related for Smash.
Right.
Girahim would make sense because of Skyward Sword, but at that point, oh wait, didn't they? I think they took away though Link's Skyward Sword look. He did have one in 4, but he doesn't have it.
Yeah, but they took it out.
Yeah.
No, they still have it. It's just instead of his like coloration, it's just his like, you know how Link doesn't wear the hat anymore in Smash? Yeah, it's just Skyward Sword Link's like pajamas, like before, like when he, or not pajamas, but like before he gets like the actual tunic in Skyward Sword.
Yeah, it's like that pre-design that they had before the real design comes in. I don't know how to describe it, but it's the one from Breath of the Wild. It's the one that's supposed to represent his Skyward Sword.
But if I had to choose a champion from Breath of the Wild to be in Smash, I would probably choose Urbosa. I feel like
a lot of people are picking Sidon.
Oh man,
Well,
like Chad, I would love to see this man come in.
The problem is that all of his win poses he has to do the smile.
It has to have that little shiny glitter as well. Like
the glitter. I mean,
Rivali's my favorite champion though. So
how is this man your favorite man?
Rivali?
Yeah, he's such a dickhead.
The only time he's not a dickhead is when you talk to him.
He's literally a tsundere bird. I like his I guess I don't know, I look into Breath of the Wild story too much because like you gotta kind of make it like headcanon a lot because Breath of the Wild story is kind of bare bones. But Rivali, I really like about him is how he's kind of like an asshole on the front, but he uses it to hide his insecurities because he's done everything right and he's worked so hard his whole fucking life, and then Link gets to be like the hero just because that's how the world is. Like, Rivali has worked from the bottom to the top, and then Link gets to be the hero who that everybody raves about just because that is how the prophecy.
Am I a joke?
That's what that is what the prophecy says. Link didn't do any work to get to his position, but Rivali worked his ass off, and he gets nothing for it, and that's why he's pissed. That's why he hates Link.
I wouldn't mind one of the characters from The World Ends With You, even though I haven't really played that series. I think that would be cool if they have the main character from that being Smash.
I think that's too niche.
I like the design. That's probably why.
Oh, no. I mean, the design's great. I fucking love the game. I'm just saying, like, Worlds With You technically only has one game and the second one coming out. Like, it's a really niche series.
Oh, yeah, cross-promotion.
And the second one's not even with the main character from the first one as well. It's a new cast of characters.
We don't know that.
Well, that's what their faces look like, damn it.
Kevin, look at the photo.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, moving aside, though, Terrell, what about you, though, buddy? Well, what's your predictions? What do you have in mind?
Mine's have been already mentioned, which would be Shantae, Rayman. I honestly don't have that many other characters I would add. If I had to pick some extra ones, I wouldn't mind... I wouldn't be against like a Resident Evil rep for the hell of it, especially if that rumor about Revelations 3 coming out on the Switch.
Yeah, Lady Dimitrescu. Lady Dimitrescu.
Fucking Leon joins Smash.
Or Lady D just coming in.
Yes, Lady Dimitrescu.
Oh my goodness.
Any person who mains her, nobody's going to fight against her, man. Everyone's gonna be like, please step on me. So
everybody, yeah. They put a new item in the game, which is the fly swatter.
Yeah. All right, listen, guys. The reason why it would be her, I think Jill and Claire and Chris are more iconic. Leon, for God's sakes.
I hear your argument, but Terrell, here's
you
my
don't give
counter.
a fuck.
Lady Dimitrescu.
Oh God. Play the game first, damn it.
Couldn't stop him.
Also, what has more clicks?
Some other.
You see the direction Nintendo's been going, right? Lady Dimitrescu.
No, the direction they've been going is a bunch of beautiful, thick, dark-skinned chicks.
Lady Dimitrescu.
No.
Said I'm still mad. Twin Tails not in Smash. Damn it.
Some other
Min is better. Min is better.
Another prediction I have is
I like ramen.
That they're going to announce Mario Kart 9 finally.
No.
They haven't used an Overwatch character yet.
I want it so bad, but I know they're not going to do that, especially given how successful the original Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is.
No, if they do it, it'll be next year. It won't be this year.
Well, okay, maybe it's not like a prediction, but it's one of my hopes. I really want Mario Kart 9 because Mario Kart 8 is running dry. We've had it for so long now. I want a new one, and what I really want in Mario Kart 9 is for them to have a mode where you can test your cart build, because like obviously you know how you can build the carts. But there's no way to actually test it. You have to go into an actual race to be able to test it. So I really hope there's just a way to test your cart builds and like test like how
it's called time trial.
How it reacts to drifting.
Yeah, that's time trial.
That is
no.
Damn.
DSS. No, time trial is not a test building mode. That's where you don't want to start a whole time trial. I want something to be like as simple as in Super Smash Bros, where you can change like a bunch of like settings or maybe like spawn in.
You want a training mode?
A full test training mode. Yeah.
That would be an interesting.
I feel like that would be pretty nice.
It'd be weird.
Yeah, it'd be weird, but it'd be an interesting little thing for 9.
It would be nice to have. It would be nice to have something to easily test your builds.
Now,
time trials is not a test building mode or a build testing mode. It is a separate mode that you like. It's like
wait a minute. Doesn't Mario Kart have a practice mode? If I'm
it doesn't. It doesn't.
It does not.
Yeah, it does not. Okay.
In regards to games that it's not, for the E3. In regards to the wish that I have for the E3, I know it's not going to happen, but I would love for Colosseum and Guild of Darkness to have a remaster, a bundle, and the same for Fire Emblem, Radiant Dawn, and Path of Radiance.
Well, that one I'm fine with. I'm fine with both of those.
Oh, they're gonna be called Echoes or something like that.
Yeah,
like the ones on the 3DS had for Fire Emblem. Was it like Fire Emblem Echoes or something like that, and they'd be like Radiant
Dawn.
For the obvious, they are going to show at least the title, maybe for the second Breath of the Wild. Maybe, I don't know. For the surprise, I would love to see a new Kid Icarus game.
That's a wish. That's a good wish list one. I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Kid Icarus.
I always go for the niche and unrealistic.
I mean, listen. I respect the taste. I respect the taste a lot.
I want Veridi to be a character in Smash.
No, listen. I think.
Yeah, but they need to fix their fucking voice.
If Sakurai finally is finished with Smash Ultimate, maybe he would start work on a new Kid Icarus. But
he got rid of the team that did the first one.
Yeah, exactly.
So he would need to rebuild it. Yeah.
Riley in the chat says Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn or Path of Radiance, I think. One of the two, whichever comes first, the ones with Ike in it. Because on the 3DS they remade Fire Emblem Gaiden, which became Fire Emblem Shadows of Valentia. So I think that they would do a remake of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance for the GameCube. Yeah,
because Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, they are GameCube and Wii, so... Yeah.
Now, I do want to ask, though, like, for me personally, because I think this is about time we start getting some representation for franchises that got no love. Listen, if we aren't getting a Mario Kart 9... Come on, man. Give me hope for F-Zero, please.
Fuck Mario Kart. Like Mario... Yeah.
What?
Tyrone, your Mario Party showing.
Yeah, I was confused.
Actually, one like...
No, I said Mario Party. I got cut off on the Discord.
Mario
Discord.
One Mario spinoff they should really do is a Mario football game, like an American football game.
They've never... I don't think they've ever done
it. They did it in the Olympic Games. That's as far as that shit went.
Yeah, they never done we only got soccer, baseball, basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Soccer, baseball, basketball, and golf. But they haven't done American football.
Oh my god! If they I'm just
I know American football. It'll only
please.
sell. It would only really sell well it would only sell really well in America. But I think it's still a really cool game.
Japan doesn't really do the whole football.
Yes, obvious line. Actually, Japan does do college football now. So
yeah, but passed the ball to me.
I just don't think. I mean, since Mario Golf's coming out, I don't think they would announce it.
No, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it on the sports title. No.
Yeah, they want to make sure that golf gets all the attention.
I mean, remember, Aces came out 2 years ago.
Yeah, and that thing was still getting updates for the year.
Yeah, so more than likely they did the same thing for golf.
How about another fucking WarioWare game? I want that.
All right, that's fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah, like a nice little eater kind of game.
Who does let them have it. Whatever.
Who does the development for fucking WarioWare? Like which team in Nintendo? I forget.
I think it's the same one that made the Punch-Out game. Let me see.
Oh, is it Next Level Games?
Let me check real quick. What was it? Wario Shake It or something like that?
No, I thought it was about Wario.
Yeah, it was
Land,
Wario
right?
Land. It's done by Goodfield.
You're talking about WarioWare.
Oh,
WarioWare. Yeah. WarioWare.
Oh my god! First of all, there's that WarioWare game that's on the Wii U that is so good. It's the one where you have to throw these little tiny people into the little you fling them and then they have to stick onto the ground.
Wait. KG, do you like the whole game or just that one micro game?
That one micro, because it's not part of the entire badge. It's like its own separate mini game.
Most people say the best game in that pack is Mario. Is the gamer mini game.
And while we're there, and while we're here, why not another fucking Rhythm Heaven game?
I don't understand what happened because that seemed to just drop off a cliff for no reason.
It has something to do with the composer of the track. Some health issues and stuff had interfered.
Well, that would explain a lot.
Yeah, okay. So that's why I think the Rhythm Heaven game got that weird 3DS kind of collection that came out. With not really much anything new. It's just more like a compilation similar to the WarioWare Gold collection that they had for 3DS.
Yeah. I'm just trying to also think what other Nintendo franchises we haven't seen in a very long fucking time.
You know what we need though? You know
what about Wave Race?
Well, Oh man, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, let's fucking go wave race. How about another Pilot Wings?
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Well, wasn't the last one on the Wii?
Pikmin 4.
No, the last one was on the 3DS.
It's Pikmin
Lemon
4
Coin in the chat, yeah. Lemon Coin in the chat said Pikmin 4. I just finished playing.
Consider they just released 3 Deluxe.
I mean, maybe they released Pikmin 3 Deluxe in
Pikmin 4 has been rumored for like 6 years. Like
an appetizer.
Yeah, like a little tease before the real game.
I'm so glad you guys remember way more franchises.
Diggity dog, right? Anyway,
I'm so glad you guys remember way more franchises than Nintendo does.
Nintendo will sometimes weirdly reference shit without.
I know it will never happen, but I really wish they would announce Persona 5 Royal on
Switch.
I think that's more of a Sega or Sony thing. Yeah. I can't tell which though, because Nintendo gets the mainline SMT games.
If they were gonna announce Persona 5 Royal on Switch, it would be at the Nintendo presentation.
No, but I'm saying is that like the Persona games have only been on Sony consoles, and the Shin Megami Tensei games recently, I think since 4, have only been on Nintendo systems. 4,
yeah, that's true.
4 was on the 3DS. Both versions of 4 was on the 3DS. Fucking 5 is only on the Switch. I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's an agreement, if that's something's going on. Because it seems like there's that franchise is split between Sony and Nintendo. And ironically enough, Nintendo got the main franchise, but for some reason, the side franchise is more popular than the main franchise. Which I think is the only fucking series I know where that's the case, where Persona's more popular than Shin Megami Tensei. Mm-hmm. It's a shame, but it is the truth, unfortunately.
You know what we really need? Metroid Prime Federation Force 2.
Shut up.
The irony is that game isn't bad on its own right. It just got a lot of shit because it was a Metroid
Someone
title.
in the chat said Mother series.
No, you can't even get ports of the fucking of the GBA game at this point.
Nintendo Man 064 in the chat said Chibi Robo for the Switch.
God, no.
That will never happen. Chibi Robo died.
Not the wad went out of his way to make sure that Chibi Robo wouldn't fucking see the
light.
No,
that's not really no.
Chibi Robo is a dead franchise.
He was dogging the last game because the last game is literally them being like Chibi Robo wouldn't sell in its original form, so let's homogenize it into a platformer. And I'm like, but Chibi Robo was a weird Japanese game where you help people out in their house and their family issues. Like that's literally what Chibi Robo was about. It's a weird fucking concept, and you clean things as a tiny ass robot. It's a cool concept. It's really Japanese, and I wonder if
weird.
And I wish they would give it more of a chance because realistically, I think what was it? The GameCube game. I think there was a DS,
3DS, Wii.
There was a DS sequel, and it bombed in America because they made it a Walmart exclusive.
That's a weird choice.
He's a fun little IP.
Well, he just not. I feel like he needs a legit shot. I think that's the problem with it.
Yeah, like he would even be a very suitable Smash character.
But he's really niche. Like he's stupidly niche. Even like someone like Dylan on the fucking 3DS.
Oh, Armadillo, yeah.
That's a niche ass gameplay style because it's fucking tower defense and action.
Yeah, but that ain't like E3 material though.
No, what do you mean? It's not E3. They've announced smaller titles at E3.
They announced him in E3. I remember that.
Well, that was Nintendo.
We should return to the old days and just say Nintendo.
Lemon Coin said, "What about a new Donkey Kong?"
That's the one that's rumored.
I was about to say. Literally, there's a rumor about the team that the team that worked on Mario Odyssey. Is creating a new 3D Donkey Kong game. That would be sick because
the irony is that the perfect 2D Donkey Kong game already exists.
Yeah, it's called Tropical Freeze. Yeah, that's why they're doing they're going into 3D finally. Donkey Kong would be amazing in 3D.
This is also the first time Nintendo's developed a Donkey Kong game since like Jungle Beat, which is fucking ridiculous.
I think they have a lot of hope for Donkey Kong.
Jungle Beat is like one of like 3 Donkey Kong games I've played.
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is a gimmicky ass title.
Hey, I played it with the drums and all as a kid.
Well, no, you have to. To me, the best experience is playing it with the drums. If you don't play with the drums, it's just a weird ass game.
Yeah.
I just find it hilarious that like Nintendo hasn't developed a lot of their IPs. Like even Metroid, they haven't touched since.
Yeah. Like nobody's even mentioned F-Zero.
Nintendo didn't. The last F-Zero game. The last F-Zero game was made by Sega. Nintendo hasn't touched F-Zero in years. Like, almost, actually, at this point, decades almost.
Yep.
Whereas, I think that's F-Zero, Metroid.
F-Zero 99, somebody in the chat said, bro, a race of 99? Oh, Lord.
I heard they're planning to keep doing those retro-style 99 games, by the way.
What will be the next 99 one, though?
Ghouls and Ghosts.
No.
Oh, no.
And then I want TSS has played at least 30 minutes of it. He has to go in.
It'll be the 199 where everybody loses.
Yes. Riley, Zelda 35.
The people that speed run Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins are the only ones that are gonna win.
I'm just saying, like the general joke would be that the game's hard, so everybody fucking.
We've
also,
heard
I'll be
leaks.
right back.
We've heard leaks about, or rumors rather. I don't think there's any leaks. But rumors about Wind Waker and Twilight Princess being ported to the Switch. Do you guys think that would ever happen?
God,
like a double collection, I guess. Given that the
doubt
Wii U really didn't have much of units.
Oh no, that was Wii U. Wind Waker got taken to Wii U, so that means that would have done it again. That means we'd have so many copies of Wind Waker. No.
Well, to be fair, we don't have Wind Waker on Switch, and also the Wii U only had 12 million units sold, so not that many people across the world had it.
Yeah, but that goes into a problem that I've already stated many times, where it's like moving a game from one thing to another isn't a new game. That's just moving it.
No, but that's all part of the Zelda 35th anniversary celebration thing, is what they're saying.
Like,
because Zelda's 35th is this year, you know?
Now we need it on the Switch, and then the new Switch. Now we need it on the new one, and then the new console's gonna come out. Now we need Wind Waker on that too. I'm just okay, whatever. Like I like
it'll only work here because
I like the idea that it's a treasure and that you have to have like a certain thing in order to play it.
No, well, I think it would work with just because like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, the ports were on the Wii U. And the Wii, as KG said, the Wii U sold really poorly anyway, and they've been porting like basically almost all of like the main like Wii U games have been ported to the Switch already. They should I feel like they're just trying to erase like that the Wii U ever existed, pretty much.
Yeah, the only one to really use left to clear out the Wii U's life in general is Xenoblade Chronicles X. And that needs to be
that's probably going to be ported. That might be ported this year. Announced.
Yeah, I think they're gonna save that for maybe September's direct, though. If I had to guess. But yeah, so we'll see how things go.
There is a game that I loved. I want for them to actually announce something more because I know it's in development, and that's the Wolf Among Us 2. So I want for Telltale to actually, remember that they are making that.
I thought the Telltale went out of business or something.
Yeah, wait, what's Telltale making?
It was the Wolf Among Us 2. It's from the.
I thought you just said Among Us 2. I was like, what the fuck?
It's the Wolf
Telltale is. What the fuck?
Everybody else didn't hear that, but we knew you were gonna.
No, Goggle Master said it.
Robzo 20 games. Robzo 20 makes a good point. Minish Cap, The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, that was on the Game Boy. Porting that to Switch, that would be freaking amazing.
Well, to be fair, also remember you have not Link to the Past. It was Secret. No, it was Link's Awakening, right? It was on the original Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, and then it was ported to the 3DS later. Oh, sorry, not 3DS, freaking
Switch.
Yeah, remade for Switch.
Honestly, that's the thing. Like, for example, I remember that Gen 1 and Gen 2 of Pokemon, they were on a 3DS, and GBA games, Gen 3, like, for the Switch, like, playing Pokemon Emerald on the Switch, like, on the virtuals, I don't know. Feels like something they could do. Like,
actually, it would have been impossible because, let me explain why really fast. The 3DS Ambassador Program, which happened before the price drop, the 10 GBA games that they released, they run in a special mode where none of the advanced features are there. So it's basically ARM7 compatibility mode with no extra features. Like if you were to do homebrew Game Boy Advance injections, it's the same way. And one of the main reasons why I didn't do that for GBA was because the original 3DS couldn't handle the overlay and everything. The new 3DS could, but then you're alienating a lot of people. So that's why when they had the GBA Virtual Console games for the 3DS, which were the Ambassador Program, the system rebooted. It booted into a special ARM7 mode, and it had no features like you would have on like the NES or GBA. The GB, GBC. The rest of it wasn't a Virtual Console game like a traditional one that you would have, the save states and all the other stuff. It rebooted the 3DS into a special mode, just like with the DS games as well. It does the same thing, where there's no special 3DS enhancements. It's just it reboots into like a bare bones mode, into like a raw mode. So there's no special features. That's why they didn't do it.
Just leave it alone. I like the idea that you have to have a Game Boy Advance in order to play it.
Yeah.
But the virtual console.
That's why you don't want a virtual console.
I'm glad.
I like that it's a secret treasure that you can only play on the Game Boy Advance and maybe the DS with dual slide.
But since it's already been on the Wii U, wouldn't it just lose that whole thing now?
My thing with
Pokemon
that,
Emerald?
Like
who's talking about Pokemon Emerald? Who's talking about Pokemon Emerald?
Yeah,
I was talking about Game Boy Advance.
You can play DS games on your Wii U though. That was the point. I think I was.
And GBA.
But like I don't know.
GBA,
I don't think there's any point of not doing it. Like it's free money for Nintendo. I think that
we're going to do. It's because if we're not going to get a Zelda game this year, like I don't know. I have this odd feeling that they want to continue to make money, and Oracles is going to get the Awakening treatment.
It's not an odd feeling. That's
God. That would suck.
I don't know.
Imagine if they make a Zelda remake this year, other than Skyward Sword, if you count that as a remake. No, it's not a remake. It's a port.
Oh, that's a remaster.
Yeah.
If they remade a Zelda game in the next few years, and it was full fucking Oracle games.
Oracles. Oh my God, no.
Well, I think we managed to get our E3 fill out and about. What do you guys think? I know right now we gotta get ourselves.
I like how you said it as if we had a choice. We have to go to the Pokemon.
Yeah, we just made a wish list that more than likely won't come true.
PlayStation's gonna announce Spider-Man 2. Okay, I'm done.
Not this thing.
But now it's time for us to get ourselves.
I want another Asian guy to sleep during the freaking Sony conference. That'll be.
Oh, dude, that was that was the reason why that whole
PlayStation's gonna have a live orchestral concert between every single announcement, and the presentation's gonna be a whole day long.
And also, you have to keep shuffling from theater to theater just to see everything.
Yeah, it's going to take place between 10 theaters all across Los Angeles.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, now let's get ourselves strapped in, boys. This is going to be a doozy for now. We have an hour to try to plow through this one, and I'm
going last.
All right, I'll save you last, buddy, for this one.
Oh, this is going to be some
He's doing that so we can counter everybody's point.
Yeah, it's some bullshit. I already know what's going on.
No, but I'm actually because actually I've been looking at the episode, and also not to mention that it's going to be fun. So
I want to be second to last if that's the case.
All right then. So we're going to figure out whose turn it is when we get into it. But ladies and gents, let us get into it. Let us begin talking about the recent episode of PM 2019. Everybody, boys and girls of all ages, just come on through. We're going to have one heck of a discussion because I feel there's going to be a huge confliction of opinions just blowing up left and right for this one, man. And I'm curious to see where everybody's going to go with this. Also, hi, Doggo. What's up, buddy?
Kevin, you're going first anyway.
Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Okay, so all right, let me take care of this first because I have a lot of things to say about this episode. And
I know. Why you going first?
Yeah, so as many people who follow me on social media, you guys will already know that I view this as one of my favorites episodes of Journeys, and as also view it as one of the worst episodes of all time as a whole, because of so many things that I feel personally were just done so piss poorly that it was incredibly dishonorable to what they did to some of the Pokemon. But let me go and take this opportunity to talk about some of the pros that I personally believe that really helped make this episode be something very remarkable. Because as people know, there are always two sides to the coin. Some view it for positive aspects and view it for the negative aspect. And I kind of wanted to try to see if I can, hit that little sweet spot for everybody. So let's begin talking about the positives about this episode. First of all, in my honest opinion regarding this episode, I was a really big fan of the direction that they took for the chemistry between Ash and Gary. I know a lot of people were very conflicted on that because of how Gary's attitude kind of did a bit of a reset in a way towards his attitude to Go. And this is something that I know a lot of people aren't very happy about. But to me personally, I'm being a Gary fan and all that, I kind of like seeing that be brought up again, except not on Ash this time, instead on a new face. And also, it seems like this isn't going to be the only time we're going to be seeing Gary, because it has been confirmed via the trailer we got a couple of weeks back that revealed the Project Mew stuff. Gary will be returning later down the road, so we're going to be seeing more of that. Honestly, if you are a fan of seeing Go get, this kind of treatment of being shat on, people were probably going nuts when Gary was doing this shit in this episode. But yeah, so let's start talking about the positives. In my opinion, I really believe they did a very wonderful job when it came to the representation of past adventures in this episode, especially when it comes to the cameo appearances of original characters, that being of like Paul, for example, a character built for just the anime itself, actually making a cameo appearance via the League fight that was showcased in this episode. Also showing off a little bit of DP Ash and his design from that era, alongside with Chimchar evolving all the way into Infernape. I will say I did find that a little bit weird that Dawn and Brock weren't in that shot, given that Tracy was in that not Tracy, well, he was in this episode, but I was referring to the Black and White episode where Silent was in there. And it's kind of shocking that if Silent could have been in that one, I'm kind of surprised Dawn and Brock in this one could not. It's kind of a little odd thing there.
And they were only paying attention to the shot that was important, which was Ash versus Paul. Even in the episode itself, they're not in that shot.
Yeah, I'm referring to the scene when Ash's Chimchar was evolving into Infernape.
Yeah, they were just picking a random picture so that they could say, "Hey, Ash has been with Chimchar since he's been a Chimchar."
Yeah,
the one that Lucas recreated with his heart.
Yeah, which looks incredible. I'm just saying, I didn't understand if it's just a PNG. You should have just at least added Dawn and Brock to the side. They're not animated,
They're focused on what's important, Ash and Infernape.
Yeah, but so was the other one. And Silent was in there, So, I mean, if Silent could have been in there, then I don't see why Brock and Dawn wouldn't.
Because in the context of there, Ash said, yeah, we traveled together. So him, Silent, and Iris traveled together. All in that sentence was I've been with Infernape since it was a Chimchar.
Yeah. But then at that point, what was Paul's presence in the League then for that? He didn't say Shinji's name or something like that, which actually I do want to.
The one that Infernape fought again.
Yeah, but you didn't need to show the character at that point if that's the case.
Yes, you fucking did to recreate the shot.
They didn't need to do for something.
It's the original trainer, KG. They kind of did. They kind of had to do it.
Yeah, I guess.
He's the one he fought, and he's the one that caused Infernape so much fucking drama. I think he's pretty important.
Yeah, but they didn't make it feel that important for that shot, though. But anyway, moving aside from that, though. Now, that's the whole point of this episode, no?
Oh, my God. Yeah, it is.
It's exactly. So, to me personally, like I said, I was just a little bit about the Dawn and Brock thing. I'm a little bummed out we didn't get to see cameo appearances by them. As you stated, they're not mainly the big focus. But it still would have been something cool regardless, which I thought would have, enhanced a little bit more of the... of just the nostalgia factor. Now, the Electivire Paul cameo, I'm a big fan of. I did enjoy that too, even though, as you guys would say, it's like a little slideshow because it is just simply a PNG file. Now, one thing that did catch my attention the most regarding that, and this was something I've always been wondering because the characters never addressed this at all, but it is nice to actually see that they do. Gary mentioned he saw that fight in the league, which I thought was actually pretty cool because sometimes a lot of us always have these like predictions or assumptions of like, what exactly do Ash's past companions do when Ash is like somewhere in like one of the big leagues. And it was nice to see that Gary was like, no, I watched your fight. I actually took the chance to watch your fight that you had against one of the trainers within the Sinnoh League. So I viewed that as actually pretty positive. I thought that was actually a pretty cool moment there.
I like the idea because the last we saw Gary is that he saw Hunter J die.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that he slumped on a couch and had a long thought about it, and then he pressed the remote, and all he hears is "I never could my shot in the eyes."
I remember one time in another stream, Tyrone was saying something like, "Ashy boy, I've seen some shit."
I seen some shit, Ashy boy. I saw a person die, Ashy boy.
Nah, but
the only thing that I couldn't research was that.
Nah, damn. But to continue on,
I'm just putting Tyrone at this point. I'm sorry.
Now, to the positivity sides, I also did like seeing more of the flashbacks, not only for like the DP stuff. I'm just referring to Ash and Gary's chemistry, like with the battle that they had in the Johto League, and of course the big moment that they had by the lake as well with the Pokeball. I thought that was also another cute little moment too. But I think personally, my big thing that I really enjoyed, and this sounds dumb out of context, but I really like this little shot where Go was trying to attack the Moltres and missed, which then the Moltres wanted to shoot back at Go's Pokemon, Cinderace. And I love that moment when both, and it's just like for a split second too, Ash and Gary looked at each other in the eyes and knew what time it was, and they immediately both used their electric Pokemon to go and strike against the Moltres. It's something like a weird like brotherly bond where they both just immediately knew what time it was at that instant, and I don't know why, I just really like that. But I think the other moment was the handshake that they had at the very end of the episode, when Gary was telling Ash about his dream as well, about like what he wants to do and capture Mew and all that. That's going to be a discussion we'll get into momentarily as well. But yeah, it was just that little extra grip that they had where Gary and Ash just like squeezed their hands and like saying, yeah, we got our dreams, you know, we got to do what we got to do and I root for you and all that. I love that little moment. So for the positives, that's what I had to say. I think in this episode's way of handling fan service, I was a really big fan of it. I really enjoyed what they did for the fan service. Sure, it was indeed simply PNG files here and there for a majority of it. In fact, for most of all of it, I should say. But I did really like seeing how it was used. While it was simply an image, I did like what they used to accompany it, being like some of the little dialogue that Gary would have presented in that moment, like I said, about how he actually watched Ash versus Shinji in the Sinnoh League, for example. You know, now to the negatives, though, this is where I really have to start talking about some of the things I really did not enjoy from this episode. And it unfortunately also has to tie in with fan service. This is one of the big faults that this episode has, and that's just the lack of time, man, because one of the big faults that they had was the returning Mons. Like, throughout the stuff I was talking about positive things and all that, I never addressed the returning Mons that made an appearance because this episode didn't really seem to care much about it as well, because they only had, like, maybe a minute and a half of like in on screen seconds. 50 seconds total, not even a minute then. And it felt very pointless for me personally seeing that scene, because it was like, I think there could have been so much more that you could have pulled out from it, especially one big factor that is something that has been a part of the series, and that has always been new interactions between the current team and the past team. And none of that happened in this one. And I'm so mad that we didn't get to see Ash's new Mons interact with the old Mons. I wanted to see Dragonite interact with some of the new old Mons. I wanted to see Mr. Fish interact with some other ones, like Gibble, for example, since they both like chomping things. I think that would have been cute to see. Or, say, Gengar with some other Mons. Surfetch. Yeah, or like, oh man, Surfetch and Halucha would have been hilarious with those two together, given their weird thing they got going on. I'm a little bummed out. We never got to see...
Weasel seeing that Ash is a Lucario now, like, huh.
I like, yeah. Why do I got like a sense of deja vu for But I don't think it's gonna go stretch that far. But the point is, yeah, exactly. But like I'm saying, interactions like that.
Scary Dino.
Yeah, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Scary Dino. Welcome aboard.
Now, continuing on, as I stated, I'm a little bummed out with that. I think missed interactions should have been a key part in this episode. If not, then well, that's just my opinion on that part anyway. So, moving on, the ghost segment. When I refer to the ghost segment, I'm referring to the capture, quote unquote, segment. I hate how pointless that entire scene was. And now, personally, it was to show that Go's form of catching is no longer working. Although I think the big issue I have with it is that it didn't serve any real purpose. Like, nobody pointed out that Go was failing on it. Nobody pointed out, or Gary even didn't point out, like, oh, you didn't, catch these Pokemon. How are you supposed to be, like, equal buddy to Satoshi or something? I think that could have worked better had it actually tied to whatever was going currently and give Gary some, something to kind of bounce upon regarding Go's character and how he shouldn't be quote unquote buddy to Satoshi. But the whole capture segment and failing to capture the Pidgeotto and the Onix, which by the way, the Onix trope came back again, I guess, where it's always pissing off that Pokemon. I feel like that personally wasn't needed. And if they wanted to use it, they could have definitely done a better job at making it feel more a part of the story rather than not, so that's just my take on it. Infernape now. Let's talk a little bit about Infernape and the big thing that everybody needs to know. What was his role in this episode again? I'm
promoting Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Bro, the reason Infernape was in this episode from a plot perspective was to get Ash to the lab, because the reason Ash went to the lab obviously was because Professor Oak was worried because he couldn't find Infernape.
No. Ash didn't know about the monkey missing until he got to the lab. He never went to the lab because his monkey was missing. The reason they went to the
lab was because Go was invited to Project Mew.
No, it was because they went to bring a book to the...
No, they did not, because they had research. They had research documents from
Sakuragi
to give to Okito.
Okay, I guess I was wrong.
Oh, so damn, even the reason's very flimsy as balsa wood.
Yeah, so basically they had to deliver some files to Professor Oak is what went down. It had nothing to do with Infernape missing.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the monkey missing was the thing that was added into the episode.
Oak is incompetent and loses people's fucking Pokemon while they're out there.
Now, yeah, so the monkey went missing. I really am just not happy with like how irrelevant that whole situation was with Infernape. I'm so bummed out because like I think a lot of people, especially with the Moltres situation, a lot of people were thinking that this was going to be Infernape's opportunity to join the legendary takedown list. Sceptile took down Darkrai, Pikachu took down the Latios, Charizard took down the Articuno, but ever since DP and onward, we never got the opportunity to see any of the DP Mons and upwards take down a legendary Mon that wasn't Pikachu, So, well, of course, until we got into Sun and Moon's era. But you get the point. Like, I think a lot of people were hoping to have seen Ash's Mon come in and maybe get another one to add to the list. And unfortunately, it never happened for any of them. Neither Gary's Blastoise, neither Infernape and Cinderace, none of them got it. The fire Pokemon just flew away. So that was unfortunate. I didn't really know much of what was going on with the presence of Infernape in this episode. I know you guys are saying the DP remix and all that. I just kind of felt bad that this is how it was done. But what really triggered me the most was this one dialogue that Ash and Gary were having in this episode. And that was when Ash was asking Gary, hey, what sort of adventures have you been doing ever since you left the Sinnoh region? Because Gary did say he's now traveling across the world, right? Guess what he immediately follows up with that? He's like, there's so much of things that I could say, but I don't feel like it's going to do it any justice.
The writers haven't made that narrative.
And then what really pissed me off the most is that immediately after that we got the cutoff, like the who's that Pokemon that it does moment.
Yeah, I catch
The writers were too lazy to write that narrative.
And we
Ashy
just
boy.
like went all the way towards the cliff where the Moltres was at. We just skipped so much shit that we could have had for extra interactions, man. I would have loved to have seen what had went down, especially because I really want to know something. What exactly, or like, and this is another key point, how did Gary get involved in this? Because Project Mew is supposed to be the thing, but you never learn how he got involved with it. Maybe they'll address it in the later episode, but I'm just kind of like surprised
Yes.
that
No, they fucking won't.
because that's what I'm saying. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, they will, because in that trailer that we saw, there's a moment, and somebody actually put this up. There's actually a moment that you see Go and Shigeru interacting, and it was not in this episode, so it has to be
Yeah,
later.
so Gary is coming back, and I mentioned this earlier ago as well. He will be coming back at a later point. It's just a matter of when. And that's just something we're going to have to wait and find out. But yeah, so that's all I can really say on that front. I'm a little bummed out with certain things that I think should have been handled better. I was especially pissed off at the most where it's like we could have had a complete discussion of what Gary's been doing, what he's been up to, and most importantly, how he got to this point to get involved in Project
You
Mew.
really want them writers to work, huh, KG?
Well, don't
really
you?
want them to work.
Isn't Tyrone? Aren't you always the one that always keeps
I
asking?
know they're not gonna work. That's why my expectations are not there.
Oh no, I understand completely. I'm just saying, just like you or any other person, you always want something. You want something to be the best that it could possibly be.
Welcome to the club, KG. Your
I've
drink
been a
is on
part of the
table.
club, buddy.
Yeah,
I've been
your drink is on
endorsing
the-
that shit since
I
day
made you a
freaking
name
one.
tag.
I'm good with that part. But sincerely though, I am really bummed out with that part, especially given that Iris had a much better representation towards her character and her explanation to how she got
Looking
into
back,
the
even
champion.
hers was flimsy.
Yeah, it's the fight itself that was flimsy, but I feel like the
Oh
characters.
no, I don't like Drayden just going through exposition. She did all the shit. Yeah, that. Yeah, okay.
Well,
all right.
you gotta do
It
what you
still
gotta
don't-
do
it
in a
still
single
don't show.
episode.
It still don't show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
it still don't show. Yeah.
which is also actually another way to represent this entire episode. This is
Seriously.
exactly what happened with this episode.
The series.
Especially the end. Oh my god, when Oak was talking about what Go was saying regarding the whole Mew goal and shit, I forgot what it was. The line that line, I don't remember what it was, but I was not a fan of that.
Terrell, your
Yes.
reaction to that was the best.
Me and you reacted at the same time.
You
man.
both reacted the exact same way in that moment.
You were
man.
like, "What?" I'm like, "Why
No,
would you?
don't
Why would
fucking
you
tell,
explain it? Yeah, don't explain it.
Lean it to him. Yeah.
Don't
that was
fucking explain it.
bullshit. Ooh.
Is this Gary character being so harsh to me? Character development, Go. Character development. Like,
Don't
Such
fucking
bad.
tell me that.
It's such bad writing. Bro.
Bad writing. Bad.
It's
bad
such-
series. Bad.
No,
Where's
but
the
yeah,
gun
so
at?
that's just my take on it.
Writing is
Personally,
subjective unless it's the person who writes it admits it's bad.
now
what?
the last thing I want to say is something that I think everybody can easily say. This episode, just like every other goddamn return, should have been a two-parter at best, man.
it should be a three-parter.
You
Should
shouldn't
have
have
been a
thrown.
three-parter.
You shouldn't have added so much shit into one episode.
I agree
It
with
lit-
Koro. It should have been a three-parter.
It's one of those episodes that literally had no business having a return episode and front eight Moltres episode, and then Gary. Gary is a big enough character that he should have his own fucking episode, not hindered by anything else. So either make it a multi-parter or have him have his own fucking episode to himself.
Yeah,
episode
but we know Gary's
transitioning-
coming back in a later in
doesn't
Project
fix
Mute.
the
So I'm
problem.
curious to see what
It's a
it's
bad
not going to
episode.
fix what we had currently, but I do want to know what they'll add upon what we already had. Will it fix, as you stated? Nah, but I do really want to know where they're intending to take Gary's character, because as at this point, nobody really knows. We know that he's involved with Project Mew. We know he wants to get his goal into reaching and getting Mew. It's just a matter of waiting to find out the answer for that. But that's just my take on this situation. For me personally, I liked what the episode did right for certain aspects, but I cannot deny that some of the things that were scrubbed to the side and just left there were honestly some of the worst, especially for some of the returning mons and some of the stuff that is a staple to the series, has been a staple to the series, and is just completely just pushed to the side because we had so little time, man. That's all I can say on that front. So yeah, it's just unfortunate that things turned out the way it did. But yeah, that's all I gotta say for this episode. I loved it and I hated it, and I'm curious to see where things are gonna shape up for the upcoming Project Mew. Which, by the way, that's another thing. We know there are these like weird ass tokens. You guys remember that? Like they're just talking about like tokens you need to complete for trial missions and all that. I'm just assuming Go is skipping all of it because he got the recommendation from Oak, so he doesn't have to do any of those trial missions and shit. Because it's
I don't believe
we
Not
know
necessarily. Not
because the
necessarily.
Project Mew thing.
Well, I mean, if Professor Oak recommended him, I feel like Professor Oak wouldn't have like.
Yeah, but I'm going to cut you off there because he was recommending Go to participate in there, not recommending so he could skip the fucking line. That's
I'm saying this because
mistranslation shit once again is rampant.
I'm only saying this because Project Mew is happening in just a couple of weeks. So in between the time that's going to go right now and the upcoming Let's Go Project Mew episode, what's happening in between? You know,
filler bullshit.
And I'm like, don't you think we should focus on the trials or something? Maybe the trials are going to happen during Project Mew. We'll see. I don't know, but that's just my take on it. I'm curious to see where they're going to
we ain't doing that.
But yeah, that's going to be my take on it right now. It's an episode. I enjoyed it for what it did, and I will see the criticisms that it also has as well and point them out that are my criticisms at the end of the day. You know, opinions and opinions at the end of it all. But that's just how I viewed it. I have not much more to add, and I'm just curious to see where the story is going to go from this point, especially for Go as a character, because I know Go is very, very mixed upon within a lot of us here in the call. Especially, I think this episode the most. I think a lot of people were.
You didn't even mention him in summary, and it's about him.
Yeah. Also, I did find it funny. Was it Go's rivals or rivals for Go, or like they're supposed to refer to like more than one rival or something like that? Because you could translate rival as rivals, or because the problem is people when they think of Raibaru, they think of the song, which is the rivals, which is completely different. It depends on the context. It's a rival for Go, not rivals, because we established that Shigeru is going to be the rival. Yes. So again, translation misunderstanding. I'm just wondering on that part.
Every other new character that's been introduced in Pokemon has found a way to find their own rival. What does Go do? Borrows ashes.
Well, Tyrone, I guess now with my statement done and out of the way, I'm curious to hear your.
We gotta let Guest go first.
Okay.
Wait, KG, what's your rating? Yeah, I wanted to go before Tyrone anyway because
I'll let you go next.
I really like this episode, and I feel like Tyrone's gonna make me hate it, so I want to talk first.
Okay,
but KG, what's your?
I gave it like a 7.5 in my opinion. I think it's nothing super groundbreaking or anything, but for what I personally wanted from the episode, I feel I got what I wanted in my end. It's just there are some other stuff that I think should have been handled and approached differently, or just straight up not even be a part of the episode at all and use it for something else that could have enhanced more of what the plot could have benefited from, especially the Project Mew, because this is supposed to be the setup episode for Project Mew, and I feel like we got a lot more. We got a lot more questions than we got answers. You know.
It's the same thing as in the Iris episode. She's a champion. How? Because the game says so.
No, because the anime says so.
No. In the anime that she was in, they didn't even give a fuck about her being a champion. They wanted her to be a gym leader. Fucking Drayden says it.
Also, Tyrone, the fact that I like the fact that Iris is a champion. I don't like how they execute it because it invalidates the fact that Ash could have won in Sinnoh and or Kalos. So yeah.
Go ahead, Ion.
Okay. So Shocker! I loved this episode.
Ugh.
Okay.
Tyrone, wait your turn, buddy.
You know, I kind of got a reputation that I'm just like the Pokemon Journeys hater, but
What? You have?
yeah, I feel like by virtue of the fact that I tweet a lot more than you.
Thank you, Ion.
By virtue of the fact that I tweet a lot more, and a lot of my criticisms are just like I always just like kind of like meme about it and just like say fuck Pokemon Journeys, and I don't like put like any like basis behind it sometimes. I kind of got that reputation that I'm just
a cartoon hatred. Mine is 100% real.
Yeah, but that's why I've gotten the title of Journeys hater in the community. But I really like this episode, and like I've seen a lot of people compare it to AG, what is it, 132?
33. I said 32, but I discounted the recap episode. Sorry.
Yeah, so 133. The one where they're all at Oak's lab and Ash's old Pokemon meet his new ones. But this episode isn't like trying to go for that same like type of thing. So, I mean, maybe the previews were like trying to give us that feel, but like the episode itself isn't trying to do that. It's just Ash is there for something completely different, and he happens to meet his old Pokemon. So that's why I didn't think it was a big deal that the ones like at the lab were just more of just a cameo. Also, by the way, I'm just thinking about this tweet that Zach made. XY stands complaining about Karina, only Karina and Mega Evolution, and AG stands only get 5 seconds of freaking Corphish. You know. Now that I think about it,
Marco got done dirty, bro.
Besides Professor Oak mentioning Swellow in Black and White, we haven't seen the only bit of continuity from AG that we've had since the end of Diamond and Pearl is fucking Corphish in Sun and Moon, and now in Journeys.
Man, Corphish out here carrying AG's representation in this series post reboot, man. Yeah, look at this chat saying justice for Suba. I know.
Justice for Suba, yeah. I was really hoping for Swellow to be in this, but that's besides the point. And then oh my gosh, I was watching the episode and I was just sitting there eating like a bowl of ramen or something while I was watching it, and then Professor Oak's like, yeah, me and Tracy were searching for Infernape. I freaking paused the episode and had to like I was in the middle of like drinking like some water, and I almost spit my cup out. Holy crap, that took me by surprise. Having Tracy like just even like a cameo, because like he didn't like appear at all when they were at the lab in Sun and Moon, and then obviously he hasn't appeared yet in Journeys, and he didn't appear at all in XY until now. Like saying that Oak and Tracy, what did they say? He was looking around for Infernape. Is that what they said?
Yeah. Kenji was out looking for it. So that's why it wasn't there.
See that? Yeah, exactly. Like I know they can't have Tracy back in the flesh because the voice actor issue or whatever. But it's nice. It's nice that they referenced him and that he still exists in the Pokemon universe.
I don't think him being Whisper is the problem here. I think it's just the schedule conflict.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe one day he'll be able to return in the flesh. But I don't know. That was like literally my favorite part of the episode. Ironically enough, the literal 3 seconds of the Tracy cameo. But sorry, I've over the past year I've become a really really big Tracy stan. But anyway, moving on. Gary appearing was really, I don't know. I really liked Gary in this episode, honestly. Like, he was obviously like the highlight of this episode. And I think so. One thing I noticed about this episode and the Alola episode, which are my two favorite episodes of Journeys, is that they each had a lot of fan service, but the fan service also, I don't know, at least in my opinion, wasn't like pointless. Because Gary in this episode helped to further develop Go, which I don't know, it felt really nice to me at least. In the Alola episode and now in this episode. And I don't know. I feel like this was actually a pretty good introduction to Project Mew. Like they literally showed us what Project Mew is all about with the Moltres raid, and getting the feather and stuff. Like, I thought that was pretty.
It wasn't technically a raid though.
You know what I mean? Just like the Moltres battle, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a raid. It wasn't a raid. And then
it was a collective of single battles.
Yeah. What else? I also had to pause for a minute with the Paul thing. One thing I really think I think I might have said this in the last time I was on the PokePod, but it really did seem like they were, like with Sun and Moon especially, that they were kind of trying to shift away from doing anime exclusive characters. And obviously Go and Chloe and Journeys and like Cerise and all them aren't from the games, but like a lot of their like motifs and stuff are based on things from the games. But now that we've seen Tracy and Paul in cameos and flashbacks, you know, that suspicion isn't gone. Like, maybe they still are trying to base the anime a little too much off the games, but at least they aren't forgetting about the anime exclusive characters, because seeing Paul and Tracy in this episode gave me hope that we can maybe see Alon and Sawyer and all those other characters that were only in the anime again someday. Like,
see them do what? Appear?
Even Max. I mean, yeah, appear. I think characters literally just appearing is nice because we get to see that they still exist. But moving on, as I was saying about like the comparisons between this episode and the Alola episode, I think this was continuity. I felt like this episode more so than the Iris episode was continuity with a purpose. Like I felt like they did the fan service and a lot of us ate it up, but it also served to develop Go, and I don't know. Because of that, I ended up liking this episode as a fan service episode much more than the Iris episode, and even the Karina episode, for that matter. So yeah, cons. I mean, basically, pretty much what KG said. Infernape kind of just felt like he was here. He didn't do much. Like I was also wanting more action and maybe even seeing him defeat Moltres, but that didn't happen. And like, what was really cool actually was Gary's Blastoise. Like, Gary's Blastoise in this episode, like, was much cooler than he's ever been in the entire anime.
Bro, that rapid spin to the mountain and then lunging forward with the Skull Bash was honestly really, really good in my opinion. And then getting out of that Skull Bash to immediately follow it up with Water Pulse, that shit was clean as hell. Like, I've never seen a Blastoise that mobile in the anime before to that extent, man.
Like Evolution Act 1.
No, well, he stood still, buddy.
Yeah,
Watch that fight again.
Yeah, he stood still. I'm just kidding. I was watching it the other day.
I'm referring to Gary's Blastoise. They had to have Go like do something in this battle, but I was really hoping that after Blastoise went down, that Infernape would get to come back. But I think it also was kind of smart of them not to have Infernape faint, just because, like, I don't know, it would kind of suck to have Infernape come back and then faint.
Yeah, he didn't faint, did he? He just like was trying to get back up.
It also sucks that after Blastoise took over, Infernape literally just stood there. So that's a double-edged sword.
He was injured, but not injured enough to activate the Blaze. So
yeah, that sucks, man. I was really hoping for Blaze at least, but that didn't happen. Like, I thought it was gonna happen. Like, I thought whenever he got back and he was like injured, like there was going to be like some sort of like synergetic moment between Infernape and Ash there, and it was going to activate and Infernape was going to kick ass again, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
My hope for this episode was that Infernape and Cinderace were going to get their ass whooped. Yeah. Infernape activates Blaze, and Go is like, why isn't Cinderace doing the same? And Gary's like, you piece of shit, he has Libero. But no, they don't care about narrative.
Yeah. Also, rip Torkoal, man. I guess Torkoal's not strong enough for Infernape to want to fight him.
Well, Torkoal already made it very clear he's not a battler.
Torkoal probably cried when he was about to get lunged by giant fire monkey.
Infernape was like, Torkoal, come here, I want to fight. And Torkoal was like, wah.
I think it's more because Torkoal is more
disrespecting
defensive,
shit.
so what can Infernape learn by battling Torkoal?
Yeah.
But even so, man.
Also,
Fucking
one
big
thing
nights. Holy shit.
I'm really liking all the flashbacks getting reimagined in the Journeys art style. Especially, like I think these Gary flashbacks are like my favorite so far. Like I think Gary looks really freaking good in the Journeys art style.
He looks older, but Ash looks younger.
Yeah, he looks older. Also, speaking of which, the amount of like the difference between like the day, like the end of or not the like during the Indigo League, Gary and Ash, and now like these guys, like I was so happy to see like how much respect they have for each other now. Like that handshake, I think KG was talking about it. That handshake at the end, I felt that. Like I felt like the respect between them two.
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but it's a nice little moment where the animation kind of spoke for that moment in itself.
Exactly.
And I do want to address something because I know people might get a little confused with this one, but there is one scene that really made me appreciate Gary's bond with Ash, and I know this might sound weird, but it was that one episode of Chronicles where Gary was, kind of like self-doubting himself about being a professor. And then Tracy would come and is like, hey, you wouldn't want to let your rival, see you in this kind of way. And then his eyes and his face just like shined when it was like, oh my God, you're talking about Ash, are you? Like, it just shows you that even after the events of like what went down in Johto and into the middle of AG's storytelling, like you saw that Gary grew this kind of bond with Ash, and it carried over into this episode here.
Well, because in the perspective of Gary, like Ash had many rivals. Gary is his first and always shall be. But for Gary, Ash is the only rival, and it always shall be that way.
At least it was.
Yeah.
Also, I thought it was like I was for some reason, I don't know why I thought it was so like hilarious, but that little like when Gary was walking away, that little like jump in the air, like shiver thing that he did, that was hilarious.
Yeah, there's actually a joke about that, and just in general, it's like whenever somebody talks about you sneeze, and I just love that. Even not even being super far from each other, he still got that sneeze incident happen to him. But yeah, so Ayan, I just out of curiosity, like, what is your score overall for this episode?
Okay, so it would be 9 out of 10, but Tracy makes it a 10 out of 10.
Oh my God! All right,
hold on. Hashtag bring back Tracy Sketchit. This was a major victory in our movement, but the battle isn't over. We will get Tracy back in Pokemon in the flesh.
One day, I hope. Well, we'll see what happens. But Tyron, out of curiosity, would you like to go next, or do you think Kuro should go next for this one? What's up to you, buddy?
Tyron.
All right, so Tyron will go, and then Kuro will follow up with that. Is that fine?
Wait. Tyron. Before you go, I have one thing to tell you, though. Get him!
I want to go
ding. Here he comes entering the field right now.
Weighing 113 pounds. The undefeated champion. God!
I thought Kuro was going to go second to last.
I want to go second to last.
Okay, so then Tyrone, and then Terrell, and then Rich, and then...
That's already why I said I was going to go.
Okay, so Tyrone, take it away, buddy, and let's see what you got to say.
Are you fucking serious? This episode was terrible.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought there was
no.
That's his
I was so confused because of that long pause. I was like,
no, I gotta recollect myself. So, first off, we reached the lining problems of what people judge Journey episodes on, and I got to see. It's such a dumbass reason to like a show. I got to see. Great. So the same thing that I can do on fucking on Twitter when I look at a picture. I got to see it. Like what? That's not a legit reason to like anything. It's because you got to see it that one time. like, I love that Pokemon Journeys at this point has the same appeal as a fucking zoo. Like, oh, I got to see it that one time. It's just, it feels like it's so little to please the general audience that it makes me sad. It's like, oh, you're excited. Let me, before I get fire off, let me reference what I believe was the best use of continuity in Pokemon history, and one of the best uses of continuity in Pokemon history, and that's May's reappearing. Why is this the best reason? Well, May comes for a reason that works with her character. She's doing the Wallace Cup. She's a coordinator. That makes sense. If she uses this ribbon, which is usable in all regions, then she's going to be able to use it for the Grand Festival. She's here to progress her goal, and in turn, that helps Dawn's goal. Yes, her losing is bullshit, but at least she has narrative purpose. She's there for more than one episode. She helps build Dawn's already established character, and she's useful because it helped her character develop as well. It's a great use of a character, and she even shows off the terracotta ribbon that Ash had. It's the greatest use of continuity used by a character who originally didn't even like Pokemon to begin with. Here, we get a situation where a character is brought back, and the character's job is to show up another character whose character development has been flimsy all around the board. We didn't even talk about the main issue in this episode, and that was Go and his issue with working with other people. Because apparently that's a thing. Y'all remember that? Go rejected working in the Project Mew because he doesn't like working with other people. Wait a second. So that means fuck Sakuragi's whole research team then, huh? Because he's been working with them. He's been working with Ash. He's been working with Sakuragi, the two scientists. He's even been working with Koharu at this point. What happened to all that social anxiety? I guess it's missing now. Second, let's talk about Go's, and air quotes, incompetence. Because this shit has been handled so piss poorly from the gate. In the beginning, one of the biggest problems that we had was how Go's character was being handled based on how competent he can be versus how competent the show wants him to be. Prime example, when Ash is at his lowest, Go for some reason becomes Super Go and is able to beat everybody's ass. Case in point, he almost beat Zapdos and caught it with fucking Reboot and Flygon. Here, he can't even hold his own to Moltres. And if you want to use another comparison, to say, oh, well, Zapdos was weaker. Well, he held his own against fucking Mewtwo. And that was when he was just with Ash. Now he's with Ash and Gary and can't even hold his own against Moltres. The show doesn't even know how strong they want Go to be. So the whole issue of Gary getting at Go because he's not, good is a moot point because, yeah, he's not good right now because the show needs him to be bad right now. But when Ash is moping over losing against B, suddenly Go becomes the best fucking character in the show. When Ash is stuck in a hole because Team Rocket made a hole, suddenly Go's the best character. When Ash has to fight off poachers, suddenly Go can not only control Suicune, but can reasonably talk to it and force Suicune to join his team. When Ash is preoccupied with fighting Team Rocket after the Zapdos raid, Go can hold his own against fucking Zapdos. So he's this strong when he's alone, but when he's with other people, he's shit. Or at least when he's with Gary, he's shit. I'm sorry. Because the show's trying to tell us that. Second, Go can't even get his own rival. He's relying on fucking Ash's old rival. You're literally taking Ash's sloppy seconds. This is terrible. It's like the show completely didn't even want to try to work on Go's character anymore. So they said, fuck it. Give him Ash's old shit. He'll use it. Like, it's just, this is a problem in and of itself. And then you have to balance all of that with Infernape. Oh, and let me tackle the whole they want to promote the new Diamond and Pearl shit. Well, you want to know some Pokemon that were missing with the exception of Weasel? Ash's other fucking Sinnoh Pokemon. Where's Staraptor? Where's Torterra? Where's Gibble? Yeah, he sure is doing a good job representing Diamond and Pearl with, the 2 Pokemon that showed the fuck up.
You know what, Tyrone? Honestly, at this point, I would have preferred if Staraptor actually battled Moltres.
I don't even.
Talonflame did it.
And I'm not even trying to. I didn't even touch the Moltres shit. Shit. Fuck it. I'm over here looking at Talonflame, and Talonflame, I know it's an animated character that has no idea of my existence, but Talonflame's looking at me, and we're both like, yeah, we know. We know. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Oh, Moltres. It sure is sure would be weird if a Pokemon that was on its second form fought it at one point. But you know what? I don't need to put that hat in the ring. I think Talonflame's proved its point. Ugh. And it lasted longer as a fucking Fletchinder than Infernape did against fucking Moltres. It's Moltres. Oh my god. The Gary fight was actually good. I'm not mad at that. But everything outside of that just is like bugging me because it's like this episode's technically supposed to be about Go, but they handled his social anxiety terribly. They handled his competence very terribly. They brought Gary in to basically get at him. And you know what? I wouldn't be mad at any of that if Professor Oak didn't fucking tell us. It's like the show couldn't even hold its own. It had a plan and it was like, let's blurt it out to everybody because obviously people aren't smart enough to learn that shit. And before you say it's for kids, other fucking series have done this shit with Show Not Tell and it worked. So don't use that excuse. It's there. It's on the paper. You could clearly see that Gary was doing that because he did the exact same thing with Ash during the Johto region. He fucked with Ash to get him to want to get his shit together.
It's tough love approach.
Exactly. And we could see it. So you can't use that as a tangible reason. Everything about this episode felt like it needed to show you, hey, this is the past and this is what we're doing really fast, but we're not going to handle our current shit well enough. I don't even give a shit about his old Pokemon showing up because Pokemon Journeys can't even handle Ash's current team. You think I give a shit about how they're handling his old Pokemon?
Showed Ash's old Pokemon to me, it was like, yeah, they showed just for the case of showing. They were there. They felt more like ghost Pokemon, like tokens, not characters. Like, right. They were just there.
And before all of that, I find it funny how there's a scene where Professor Oak is looking at all the Pokemon that Go caught, and he goes, oh, Suicune. So it's like, hey, look,
it's a nice reference to movie 4. Like, he knows what a Suicune is.
Yeah, but the show's like, oh, Go can be competent, but here he needs to be bad. It's very... Yeah, but here in this particular episode, he needs to suck. He needs to suck so that we can have this level of us feeling bad for him. That way he can have his little roundabout triumphant... What did Terrell call it? The trial triumphant... It was the 3 teams.
Trouble Training Triumph.
Thank you. Trouble Training Triumph. But the problem here is that Ghost had way too many undeserved triumphs.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to bring this up in the middle of that Suicune statement real quick before I forget. Man, I wish Oak scrolled down in that Pokedex a little bit further to have seen Eternatus.
That would have I didn't even think about that.
Hey, I forgot he caught that Pokemon though in his deck. So
KG, the thing is, you don't have to do an edit for where was Suicune in this episode because
he was in this episode. But I apologize, Tyrone. Continue on.
No, can you replace the Pokedex picture with the Suicune being caught? Oh, that'd be funny.
No, you should. What you should do, KG, is that you should edit the frame of Ash surrounded by some of his Pokemon and put Suicune just in that circle somewhere and be like, so that's where Suicune...
He's actually Ash's Pokemon.
And now...
he's being trampled by the Tauros. He's being trampled by the Tauros.
Now, to give the others time, the last thing I'm going to talk about is Go's, failure to catch fucking Pokemon for the sake of hilarity again. He failed to catch 2 more Pokemon this week. simply because it was funny. Like your goal is to catch every Pokemon and you're failing simply because, look, this is hilarious. And the second one was to show off Gary, and I'm like, this was completely unnecessary. Especially considering the fact that we immediately jump to the area where they fight Moltres anyway. Just have Gary there. Like, there was no point. Literally no point. Most of this could have been Ash and go searching for Infernape, because remember that plot line? That existed. I don't know if y'all remember it. I sure as hell did. But it immediately gets dropped because Go's like, oh, look. And Ash is like, oh, Infernape? No, I found a Pidgeotto. And I'm like, bruh, if you're going to interrupt this entire plot line, at least be successful. No, he doesn't catch it. Okay, fuck it. Well, there goes your whole catching every fucking Pokemon thing going for you. Which, nah, Terrell, I know you said this is a bad goal to have, but I've seen, like, in the manga, I've seen this goal done correctly with Chris.
So I said it's a bad goal because they're using the let's go method of catching. That's why it's a bad goal. But it's not a bad goal in its own right. It's a bad goal because you chose the worst method of catching Pokemon to have this character have this goal in, and they said this was fucking smart, and I said no, it wasn't. By the way, Tyrone, I'm gonna go after you because everybody and their grandma wants to go last. All of a sudden, you got TS's Curl and Richie, so I'm gonna go after you once you're finished.
Well, I'm pretty much done at this point. I'm sorry. This showing off a bunch of old shit is not impressive to me. Not even when you've not developed the new shit. If you haven't even developed your new shit, I don't give a fuck about the old shit. There's no point. Because at this point, Journeys is just relying on the nostalgia and I was glad to see that again. You're on the same level of like, you're grabbing for crumbs, and that makes me sad to see all these fans go, I got to see him for a second. That satisfies me. Like, it's from the words of Paul, it's pathetic.
Bro, look, whenever you're a Tracy stan, you take what you can get.
I remember when Pokemon used to actually use the older characters.
You know what, Tyrone? I'm going to give a great example from the advanced generation. We only got to the Oaks Lab after Owen was done, before the Battle Frontier. Good continuity, good setup, good midpoint. But we have another since then. And that's the return of Ash's Bulbasaur to help Maze. It's to promote Leaf Green, but it helps in the narrative. And it doesn't feel forced.
Right.
That was an amazing episode.
Exactly. I'm just saying, like, you guys, like, everybody out here is praising this episode for what? Because they got to see a couple of JPEG files and they got to see a couple of fucking old shit. And I'm like, that isn't enough for me. That is not enough for me.
Well, that's Kuro, it's interesting that you brought that up because now that you think about it, like Ash bringing Bulbasaur back in that one episode, it like kind of in a way I kind of see like you can relate that to this episode, like Ash's Bulbasaur in that episode is Gary, and this episode in Go is May's Bulbasaur.
It's so just structured a little differently, but
I mean, all right, listen,
but I mean, like for like narrative purpose.
Listen.
Anyways, go ahead.
Actually, Tyrone, what was your score?
Yeah, I'm gonna give the score. So this episode, when we originally watched it, I gave it a 6 out of 10, but it dropped to a 5.
Yeah, I think people were shocked you did give it a 6, honestly.
That's what I said.
Yeah, it got a 5. It's got a fucking 5.
All right, Terrell, you may take it away, buddy.
I'm gonna start off like this. KJ, you fucked up. You made this 3 hours, and you thought the smartest thing to do was not give 2 hours to Journeys. You should have gave 2 hours to Journeys because we're already almost done, and we haven't even gotten to like 3 other people yet, and plus the ensuing discussion that will happen afterwards. So,
no, I did this intentionally. I'm good for another hour.
He knew.
Okay, so Tyrone kind of hits a lot of the points, but I'm gonna try to be as non-redundant as possible. But we'll see what happens. I'm about in the same mindset as Tyrone. I don't think you should have thrown in an Infernape plot in an episode that really didn't need it. You could have easily had the episode being like, "Oh, fire's been spotted," or Moltres has been spotted. And that could still lead into the Gary shit. You could still do the Gary and Go shit. And it could end with the whole Mew discovery thing. And you would have been fine. The Infernape plot, honestly, is worthless. In every sense of the word. because fight it's not like you need it in front of you specifically to fight the Pokemon, and it being used as kind of like a marketing ploy for this episode. I feel like it's just cheapens in front of it for no other reason than, oh look, but I know people like that Pokemon and he hasn't been used in like 3 generations, and I'm like, you're a petty piece of shit. How dare you? I don't understand why Go's incompetence in catching comes before they even meet Gary or before he meets Gary, because the way it would normally work in writing is that Gary would shake Go up, it would fuck with his confidence, and then he wouldn't proceed to do anything right. And the episode still does that, but for some reason they still have him in the beginning of the episode still fuck up on catching Mons for no other reason than just fucking up and catching Mons, even though he rarely fucks up and catches Mons other than like for gags and shit. So it almost seems like a waste of time. I agree with Tyrone in terms of skipping the stupid shit where like climbing or it was a KG, the whole climbing the mountain shit is completely like viewed as like a quick clip show just to get up the mountain. I'm like, well, those would have been good sequences of showing Go's insecurities and incompetence. That's kind of shown in the fight with Moltres, where his Cinderace doesn't really do jack and shit. I do like Gary and Ash's relationship, that they've gone from being like rivals to where like Gary legitimately respects Ash. So those are nice moments. I even like at the end where they like hold each other's hands and like, you know, be like, I'm rooting for you, and they squeeze their hands a little tighter. That's the Gary and Ash relationship. Gary is the best part of the episode, and Gary's Ash's relationship is nice. But once again, it's an episode that's more nice for Gary and Ash than it is for Go. Go just ends up looking like a bitch, and the fact that it only lends in this one episode of this weird insecurity shit is even worse. I feel like you could have easily made this a real arc for Go, where like this episode fucked with him, and he has to spend a couple episodes getting back into his groove and becoming confident again. No, it's just resolved within an episode, on top of Oak telling the viewer what the fuck Gary was trying to do, which is stupid. It was almost like you had no confidence in the way you wrote your own episode. You wrote your episode and said, nah, I don't think they're gonna get it. I think we need Oak. Tell them what we're doing.
It's character development.
I think it's too profound. I think it's too profound for them to understand on their own. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. It's a bad reunion episode because literally half of his team is just not there. And we're not going to get into who specifically because we've kind of already gone over that. But just half his team just isn't there for the fuck of it because, oh, you know, that's proper writing. It's almost like, why have a reunion episode? It's actually having Oak involved doesn't even serve a purpose. In my opinion, you could have just had them go. They were already in Kanto. They could have just been traveling and run across Gary, and it's not like they don't go out and catch Mons anyway. So I was like, what's the point of it specifically being at Oak's lab, other than the Infernape plot line, which really doesn't matter because it doesn't lead up to anything.
Let me just 1 second. Can I just interject really fast here? I remember, and I'm gonna praise Sun and Moon. Here we go. Sun and Moon did a thing where Ash went to Professor Oak's lab. And they didn't bring as many Pokemon back from Ash's side. But Ash did at least use them. Like, he used some of them. So what they did was that if you're going to lower the roster of Pokemon that are met, then that means you have to utilize those smaller numbers more. If you're going to release a group, then obviously that's less time, but it's more Pokemon. They didn't even do that. He at least used, he used Bulbasaur in Sun and Moon. Go ahead, Terrell. I'm sorry.
Now, Tyrone, I think, already touched on the whole Go anxiety thing and how that's inconsistent. Go is an inconsistent ass character. This character ranges from, but I don't want to go into it as much because Tyrone kind of covered
anxiety in episode 2 and they dropped it.
Yeah, like it's flipped so much, and it's only brought up like the random flashback of him in school and shit that came out of fucking nowhere that didn't exist before the episode, even though they had a bunch of early episodes they could have easily have thrown it into. Like, it's just poor writing on Go. Go's had poor writing. And that's why I don't look at him as a good character, because his character's so...
battle in the desert resort, so apparently those people must have freaked him the fuck out, huh?
Yeah, like, he's so inconsistent, it's hard for me to call him a proper character, because he never seems to stick in one lane. He always flips depending on the episode. And to me, if a character is constantly flipping, not because of what kind of character he is, but because of the episode he's in, that means you don't know how to write him. And spoiler, they don't know how to fucking write him, so that's why he's like that. I'm trying to skim anything else of note. Like the music choices, fuck Tracy. I could give a fuck less about Tracy. Even mentioning Tracy doesn't do anything. Even mentioning Diamond and Pearl stuff doesn't do a lot because it doesn't really add to any. Like, see the thing when you mentioned Iris and you did flashbacks to Iris stuff, that made more sense because it correlated with things with Iris, the main focus of the episode. With the Shinji fight, knowing that Gary saw it does nothing. It adds nothing. Mentioning Tracy in offhand means nothing. It actually makes it worse because you said, "Oh, Tracy's out there looking for Infernape." So why didn't we run into him? Why didn't you even show him looking for Infernape? You once again is another Tyrone situation. Why did Oak have to tell me he was looking for him, and then you just showing a clip of him looking for him?
Yeah, actually, I want to bring something up regarding that, Tracy, because I just remembered something. So he's out there looking for Infernape, right? And
yeah.
At the end of the episode, he's nowhere to be seen still. Is he still out there looking for him?
That's why Tracy to search for Infernape. I want the movie immediately.
This is the reason why I said this is the reason why I said it would have been better just not to mention him at all. Because now you create this weird thing where it's like Tracy's doing something in the episode, but you don't know it and you never see it. So now I just like, where's Tracy? You've created an expectation that you had no intention of following up on. And then it's just, now granted, luckily it's Tracy, but that doesn't excuse bad writing. It's still bad fucking writing. And it does nothing. The Diamond and Pearl callbacks do nothing because they don't even correlate with the episode. And Tyron already kind of touched on the whole making Gary Go's rival. I just don't think Go's good enough to handle Gary as a rival. That's my problem. I don't mind characters switching rivals. I'm fine with that. Because hell, Nando was supposed to be Dawn and Ash's rival, considering his situation. Granted, I don't think Nando was handled that well either, to be fair. But like, it'd be fine if Go was a strong enough character to handle Gary. He's not. The Mew thing is introduced in such a weird and poor way, and I feel like they only had Go say no in the beginning to have Gary goad him into getting into it, which is fucking dumb. And like, and I think KG, you were the one who was like, this episode might change and score depending on like Gary's next episode involving this shit. No, it's just a bad fucking episode. It's a bad. The best things about it is Gary and Ash's relationship. That's the best things. That's it. Go was a non-factor. He's inconsistent and he's fucking. It's the same dumb shit we've been going through with Go. So yeah, I'm hovering.
The plot with the rivals is the same thing with the Kiawe shit. Somebody just brought it up.
Yeah, it's the same It's the same premise. He's being tested by other rivals because he ain't shit.
You're not the
only person they didn't have him test was fucking like Karina or Iris, and that's because Go isn't good enough to handle either of those two characters. If you can't beat Kiawe, you ain't beating Gary or fucking Iris or fucking Karina. Yeah, like you're just not doing it, which makes him just come off trash because he's not even his training. His battle ability flips to being on episodes too.
The show itself, it's making the character look bad. Like,
oh no, he's written poorly. He's just
Cinderace can fight, but what are you talking about? Cinderace can fight off Mewtwo. So, what? Like,
no,
what?
Once again, it's inconsistent. That's the core of the problem. But I'm gonna leave it at that because I know we still have 3 other people to go through. So I originally gave it a 5. I'm leaning almost towards a 4, but it's hard. I'll say it 5 right now. It depends on how the rest of the string goes, but right now it's a 5.
All right, man. Well, Kuro, then we'll pass this one on to you.
Isn't it Richie?
It says here I would prefer to be last after Kuro, so it's you then Richie.
Okay.
I can't go before Senpai.
You want to go? Go, Richie.
No, sir. I must know your ways.
All right, Kuro, go ahead and edit, buddy. I'm curious to hear you take it.
When I first saw the episode, with and without subs, I ranked it an 8 out of 10, but now it's a solid 7. I had to downrank this episode because I'm seeing the episode from 2 perspectives: entertainment and fan service, and power scaling and storytelling. In one department, it's amazing. In the other, it fucking sucks. Because I like the idea that Ash and Go to Oak's lab to deliver some documents, and Oak analyze the Pokédex like he does in the games, and he sees Suicune. It's a nice callback to movie 4, but that's the thing. I appreciate the episode more for the out of anime knowledge that I have. And if the episode itself cannot carry with it its own series, and it's inconsistent within its own series, and I have to rank up the episode more so because of the knowledge that I personally have from outside of the show, it says that the show cannot carry itself. It's the same thing with Iris. Like, I love that she's a champion, but it discredits Ash not winning the Sinnoh or the Kalos League, and it piggybacks on the fact that she's a champion in the games only. And I like the dynamic between Gary and Ash. They are now rivals to bros. And with Go, I like the idea because Gary, back in the day, he caught 200 Pokemon out of 60 species in the same amount of time. So he and Go have some similarities, and I like to believe that Gary wants to, teach Go the ropes. Like, that's the whole point about Gary's character. He returned to get scoliosis because of all of the caring that he did in this fucking episode. Like, I like the idea that he helps Go to, get some spunk out of, the Project Muse stuff, and the token medals and the trial missions being like the research fields of the actual Go game. So they are going more into the actual mobile game. So the Gym Tower from episode 3, who knows? Professor Willow and Team Go Rocket, who knows? But that's for the future, and it might not even fucking happen. I don't like how Gary, it's now stapled as Go's rival because, like Tyrone said, it's piggybacking out of Ash's. Go is getting Ash's sloppy seconds. When it comes to the Pokemon, I like that they are there, but if they are not going to do much, why should I fucking care about it? Because they just show up for the sake of showing up. At this point, they are like Ghost Pokemon. They are tokens. They are not their own characters. Charizard doesn't flamethrower Ash's face. Bayleaf doesn't body slam Ash. So at this point, Ash's Pokemon feel out of character for the sake of it's half a roster for 50 seconds. The interactions that I wanted, like Infernape activating Blaze for Cinderace to reveal to have Libero, it doesn't happen. Cinderace and Grookey interacting with Charizard and Bulbasaur because they are in the same evolutionary stage and type, it doesn't happen. They are a fire starter and a monkey. They don't interact shit with Infernape. I like the idea that, for example, Gary, like, it's slow and steady, wins the race. That's why he has Blastoise, and Go, it's basically going, gotta go fast. Like, that's why he has the Cinderace. It's the hare and the tortoise dynamic.
Holy
I like
shit,
that.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I like that symbolism, but the symbolism falls flat when Gary is now Go's rival. I always believe that Go's rival should be Leaf from the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee game because she wants Mewtwo. So the ideas clash, and I like how Go, like, oh, I work with people, but I don't want to work with people when they are sharing my dream. Like, I want to do shit for myself, not with others aiming for the same thing. So it kind of makes his whole social anxiety very iffy because he likes to be around people and he likes people's help, but when people's help enters in conflict, it kind of makes Go very an hypocrite because I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. The relationship between Ash and Gary, I love it. That's what carries the episode for me. That firm grip in the end, like, that was amazing.
You said you don't know how to describe it. I've been using the word bullshit, but like, in
regards to Tracy and Paul, I see it more as for the anime's way to tell us that we are opening the floodgates for original characters from the past to return. But at the same point, I'm like, do I want them to return? Because, like, continue on. We go to the episodes, etc., etc. Get to the Infernape. So we now know that Infernape never stopped training. So I love that. But when you present the possibility of Infernape it's tired of battling Ash's Pokemon. It means that Infernape is now on at least the same level as Ash's Charizard, which I do respect. But having Infernape battle a Pokemon that Talonflame already battled, I don't like it, because honestly, it feels like Moltres is just here for the sake of let's collect the feather to maybe in the future we bring up the Galarian variants. It might be the case, it might not. So this episode, it oversells and undersells itself at the same time. It feels like it's a decent build-up episode, but if the episode doesn't live up to that build-up, it falls flat. At this point, Infernape should battle Entei from the Psyche Everyday opening. It's the Pokemon that I always headcanoned as Tobias' third Pokemon. I would prefer if Infernape battled a wild Entei and then Go Suicune just shows up like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. And I like how Ash, as a character, he basically morphs nature around him, because he made Greninja as strong as he is. Electrium Z became Pikachunium Z because they had to synergize to the bond between Ash and Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu, just being in Vermilion, calls upon Lugia, and now Ash's Infernape can summon legendary Pokemon. Like, I like that as a concept, but when they just do it for the sake of Infernape is just here to call Moltres so that Gary can get the plot coupon, and fucking Flare Drive now looks like Flame Wheel. I'm like, what? I like the use of Burn Up, but then he fails the Pyro Ball, like that 15% accuracy of failing. He fails for the sake of failing. So the power scaling is inconsistent within the own series, and Ash and Gary have to back him up to like, oh shit, we cannot have the kid, get screwed over. I like the consistency of every time Pikachu thunderbolts a legendary Pokemon, they just fly away. It happened the same thing with Lugia. So at least Pikachu scaring off flying type legendaries, it's consistent. It's like how Dragonite is broken. It's consistent. I don't like how the episodes, like, they go to Oaks and Gary, it's conveniently there. And they just have Gary conveniently there to have the cool entrance, and that's why Go sucks at capturing Pokemon. Like, I would love it makes Gary's presence all convenient, like, I'm just going to show up to save them from the conflict, because it's the same thing in the Eevee episode. Why is Dugong chasing Gorbis? Oh, because the episode needs to have conflict. Like, they don't even know how to write conflict. So that alone is a problem. I would have preferred if, Go is trying to capture Pokemon, he fails, Gary has to save them, and then Gary would like to say something in regards of, Ash, you're not even... Ash, what? I would love for Gary to say something like, Ash, what's happened to you? You don't even know how to be a mentor to the kid. Don't you, like... And people are saying, oh, where's Umbreon? Where's Umbreon? Because they like always to think about the big tree. Where the hell is fucking Arcanine? That's the big question, because it's also a Pokemon that can use Burn Up. So, do I like the episode? Yeah, but I don't overall enjoy it, because I have to constructive criticize the episode, because the episode's pros and highs don't compensate their cons, lows, and issues. And like how the Alola episode and the Iris episode, they feel like great epilogues for Sun and Moon and Best Wishes. This episode, if you remove Go of the equation, it could be a decent DP epilogue, but it feels very mediocre. And that's all I have to say. So, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty then, Kuro, thank you for that. It is interesting though, because there were a lot of things in there I did not catch upon. I think the one thing that really caught me the most was
the Pallet Town music, like the dun, dun, dun,
yeah.
Dun.
I will say though, the whole the tortoise and the hare aspect, I did not even see any of that.
The writers of Journeys didn't think about that either.
No,
Yeah,
but see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes
I love the attention to detail that they are having with Pokédex entries, because It's stated in the Pokedex. Everywhere Moltres shows up, he brings spring early to that specific place. So, yeah, but having a Pokedex entry making the entire episode, that's the thing. I'm ranking the episode based on the knowledge that I have outside of the own anime. Like, if Go was to show his Pokedex to any other professor, they would freak out about seeing a Suicune. Oak, he doesn't care. Why? Because he saw Suicune in movie 4. But you have to consider movie 4 to actually don't think about how Oak doesn't even care about it. Like, he saw a Suicune back in his day. Like, he doesn't care. But if you don't see movie 4, you start to think, Oak, what the hell are you doing? Like, what? But yeah, 7 out of 10.
All right, man. Richie, I will pass this one on to you, and then lastly, we'll pass it on to TSS. So, Richie, take it away, buddy. What's your take on this episode?
Oh yeah,
as a whole?
I don't think I'll hold a candle to that one. but
well, Richie, just be you, buddy. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah, of course. I gotta emulate two of my senseis here. But no, to kick it off, because I gotta make up for the lack of V3 thoughts. The one thing I do like about the episode, and it kind of reminded me again of who Gary was, which I know sounds a little bit weird, but I'll explain what I mean by that in just a sec. I did like the fact that he kind of was a jerk in a way, but you could tell it wasn't like a jerkish type of deal where it's like, oh, he's just a total dick, but you could tell he has like somewhat good intentions in regards of how he handled with Go. Now the reason why I like that is because it provided me a shade of the original Gary in a way. And the reason why I like that so much is because yeah, we can all progress as characters and develop, but you know, we still have like what, you know, makes us identifiable, or not identifiable, but we have within ourselves a trait that everyone knows us by. And what does everyone know Gary by? Oh, just being a random dick. Okay. But no, I just like the fact that the original Gary is still kind of in there, still true to this day. So I like that. Also, no offense to Go, but I think he kind of, you know, I thought it was well deserved. I just don't think there's any question to that. I forgot who it was who mentioned it, but I do agree with the fact that the captures, I don't know why I say captures, because those weren't really captures, but basically those almost captures, I do agree that those were not really handled well. But I also kind of like that in a way, because I'm kind of more so of the people that want this man to kind of work for it as far as the captures go. And I've had this stance since episode 7, which, by the way, will forever be Pokemon Go as a commercial. So there you go. So I like the fact that those captures didn't happen, because I do want to see a bit more effort in regards to him capturing those Pokemon, because you know, I just feel like it would mean a lot more. But I realize that even if that does happen, it doesn't really change the whole thought of it overall. So I just want to see a little bit more effort there. But I do like the fact he didn't really capture those Pokemon right away. Although the comedic effect that they were going for both of them, I will say, was not really handled very well.
Just to interject on what you're saying, Richie, like it's like I was saying, you know, how Gary in the Poke Corral episode, he had 65 species of Pokemon, but he caught 200. So just like Go, he caught several of the same species, but he still misperformed in comparison to Ash. Like, but that's the thing, it's in comparison, because just because Gary lost in the league before Ash, it doesn't mean that he was weaker. Like, the rivalry was always him always being a step ahead, and now they are equals. They respect each other. But Gary was always the rival that, you won the Orange League, reality check. I defeat you because Pokemon Yellow. You won the Battle Frontier, reality check. I defeat you because promote Sinnoh. So Gary is always the reality check character. And now going for that,
and that's why he's good.
Going for that aspect towards Go, it's great, because I have this strong belief that because Go is with Ash, Gary sees potential in whoever Ash meets, because it's looking himself in a mirror in that perspective. Because Gary is seeing Go making, like, you are capturing the Pokemon, you are doing research, that's great, and you are with Ash, that's greater. but you need that extra push because I do believe that Gary sees a lot of his former self in Go, and he doesn't want for Go to do the same mistakes as he did, or at least grow with the mentality.
Right.
Like, because if Go was to do his shit by himself and just research Mew on his own, he would be even more isolated and would become even more of a dick than Gary was in OS. So Gary is there to ground him in some capacity.
Rich, you continue, please.
Right, for sure. I do agree with the sentiment because I'm very well aware that it's been stated more than once. So I'm not going to go too in depth about it because it's already been beaten. But I do agree with the notion of the fact that he kind of, and by he I mean Go, that he kind of is piggybacking off of the fact that hey, this could be a potential rival for me. When I feel like, yeah, it could be nice in some aspects, but I just don't know if. First of all, I don't know if I'm sure the payoff for his character might be worth it, but I just don't know if that's really the right idea. Like, Gary already went through his thing as is, and I just feel like if you kind of do that with Go, it's kind of a copy and paste where, in a way it'll be sort of different, but all in all, it would still be very similar to kind of what he went through with Ash in the sense that, at first they were kind of dicks to, one is being a dick to one another, and the other one has to earn the respect, and blah 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 blah. And then I don't know. I just feel like it's an incoming copy and paste situation.
Reason why, and I'm gonna finish this so that you can finish, and then TSS goes. The reason why this is such a problem to me also is because the best part about Ash and Gary's rivalry was that Gary, like how Koro said that Gary would give Ash his comeuppance. Ash very much gave Gary his comeuppance at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Gary caught more Pokemon, but Ash seen more Pokemon. Gary was able to get 10 badges, but Ash actually went further in the Pokemon League than Gary did. He got knocked out in round fucking 2. Gary did piss poorly in the Indigo League, if anybody remembers. Even later on, he states that when I tied with you for that fishing thing, I felt like a failure. Ash beat him in the Pokemon race, I believe, in Johto at some point. So, he's always been there to give him his comeuppance. So his character arc ends technically at the end of Johto, but they decide to push it further for Diamond and Pearl a little bit just so that they can utilize him as a research character. Go is getting Gary at his end state, not at his beginning. So this is one-sided from the gate, and it's not even his rival. All the other characters that have been support characters have had their own rivals. Why does Go get Gary's? But continue.
Right. And I know TS has been waiting, so I'll just go for these next few points real quick. Basically, as far as the other few things I wanted to state, Infernape to me is and I know some people may disagree, that's fine. I feel like Infernape is Charizard 2.0, and by that I mean in terms of this was a hype Pokemon from Ash's team that people wanted to see so bad, and when he does return, it's kind of underwhelming. So, and don't get me wrong, I mean, it was nice to see him. I'm not saying it wasn't nice to see him, but my issue is that for a character to return like this, I also would want to see that character actually, do something a little bit more significant. I'm not saying, go save the world or something, but I want him to kind of not
he
look
got plasma art. Infernape got plasma art in the
exactly plasma art. Oh god, that's another dictionary term. But so yeah, it's just I just want. It just didn't really feel like he did anything. I mean, I felt like he was just there just for the fact of, hey, do you remember Infernape for Diamond and Pearl? Well, there you go.
Richie, I'm going to say something, and I think you are going to agree with this. It's in regards of the treatment of Ash's Charizard. He wins against Gary. Awesome. Loses to Blaziken. Fuck. He returns to get a redemption for Articuno. Awesome. He loses to Dusclops. Fuck. Right. And then he returns to for Best Wishes. Awesome. He gets the downgrade of removing Seismic Toss for fucking Slash. Shit. And then worst of all, he becomes a mentor figure for Big Knight, but doesn't go anywhere. So, and the thing is that people were always saying, why didn't Ash use Infernape or Charizard against Tobias? Do you want for a character to return for the sole purpose of losing? At this point, that's what they did with Infernape. They made him return. At this point, making Infernape return to lose, it's not even losing. He was just there. He was just there. Like, oh, why is Infernape there? Promotion, and to make sure that he has the same moves as the last time. That's why he's here.
Right, he was there. He was there for sure.
Moltres only shows up when everyone gathers in the place. Like, I would have preferred if they were there, if they arrived and Infernape was mid-battling Moltres. Like, near Blaze Point. No, Moltres just shows up when every puzzle piece is gathered.
Right, for sure.
It's too convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's my opinion as far as that's concerned. And again, it was nice to see Ash in the in the prior outfit from other series and the Journeys artwork, because obviously and honestly, I think every single iteration that we've seen have always looked nice, and not just the costume, but just like recreations of several scenes. I thought those looked really nice as well. But I just feel like that's kind of, while they're nice and all, I'm at this point. I know that we all know that Journeys is going to give us the nostalgic, callbacks or moments whenever, it kind of calls for it in a way. But at this point, while that's nice and all, I expect more. I'm at this point, I think I'm starting to become more of a plot character driven type of person, where it's like, I want the structure to make sense. I want the whole outline to kind of like make sense to where it will work. And the nostalgia can just be like the sprinkles to the cupcake. But anyways, to wrap up my thoughts, basically, I thought Gary just carried this episode. I mean, if that has already been stated by several other people already, then, I'm going to state it again. I thought he just carried this episode. I just don't know how that is not like a pro in most reviews. So as far as a grade, I did give it a 6, but I think I'm going to bump it down to a 5. The reason being is because I just feel like it was in the aspects of nostalgia, it definitely did its job. But it's one of those nostalgic factors where it just kind of didn't really do much other than the fact that, hey, you remember this? Well, there you go. This is what it looks like now. And yeah, we saw Paul for like a few seconds as a JPEG, as we've already been saying with the joke. We saw Tracer for like a few seconds, but I just don't like how people are kind of like saying, "Oh, we saw those two for like a few seconds. It's already a great episode." It's like, guys, come on. You do realize there's other things that the episode to look forward to, right?
JC Raiden is right, by the way.
I had to take a look, but it's just like there's just more. There's just more to the episode than just a few seconds cameo appearances. So I'll say more in-depth thought on tomorrow's episode of Richie's Talk. So check out my Twitch channel there. But other than that, I give it a 5. Pretty decent episode, but some major aspects, they kind of just fell flat. That's all there is to it.
All right, then. Thank you for that, Richie, and everybody else as well. Thank you guys so much. TSS, I'm now going to pass it on to you because you said you wanted to be the last one, and well, your time is now, buddy. So take it away.
I think me, JC Raiden, and Mornox are the only people who actually got the fucking whole point of this episode. So let's begin.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna stop you right there. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
But okay, fine. Okay, I won't say that. But what I will say is this. So if you look at the title, it says what the fuck does it say here? It says yeah. I'm gonna read it off. So Go ni Raibaru, Mue no Michi, which is a rival for Go, the way to Mew. Now, the whole let me start first of all with the plot point that people are forgetting. The rivalry setup is not for Shigeru to battle Go. It is for the whole point of getting to Mew for Project Mew. So that's number one. It's not about battling Shigeru. It's about the same common goal that has been established in this episode, to go and do the trials to go find Mew. So that's number one. It's not about battling him and Go battling each other head to head in a traditional Pokemon battle. No, that's incorrect. That's an incorrect assumption. Okay, so beginning of the episode, where we have them going to deliver the documents. Now, Go's social awkwardness is shown at the beginning when he mentions he doesn't want to participate in the Project Mew, because anybody with social anxiety or social awkwardness, normally in the real world scenario, is they're only comfortable with people in their close circle. Okay. So he probably rejected it because he probably will have to work with people that he doesn't know. Now, yes, you can go and say, all right, the whole raid battle with those other people back in Unova, that's an exception rather than the rule. But that's actual plot meat. So I will give it to them. Next off, the whole go with the fake out. People might not like this, but if you listen closely and you watch closely, Go mentions that he has been failing captures as of late. So it's actually a setup, meaning that he actually has been failing at captures, and it actually has been consistent in the last few episodes as well. If you remember the freaking Vaporeon episode, of course, yes, he has been failing. He admits that he's been failing, and then those two captures were actually not for comedic purposes. The comedic purpose was him finding the Pidgeotto and then freaking Ash doing that shit. Satoshi doing that shit. So that was the plot point. The other also fucking a Pokeball being reused when you use it once after you failed. That's a new concept. That's weird. So Shigeru comes in and completely destroys the whole thing. But actually, this is a great setup. Now, Rika has said that she had to coach Shigeru's Seiyu to be Shigeru again because she hasn't done the role for fucking 10 years. So, to be honest, that was some Shigeru's Seiyu performance, absolutely fantastic. To have Shigeru treat Go like this, I like it because this is proof that, okay, he's a person he doesn't know. So what does he do? Treats him like shit. Great. Like that. That's great. So then we get to the whole what people are calling nostalgia. I think it's more I don't think it was basically nostalgia from a traditional sense, because you got to remember that the staff has changed a lot since the Diamond and Pearl series, and that's why I like to throw any inconsistency out of the window. I like to compare this to Doraemon 1979 series and Doraemon 2005, where concepts were reused. However, they're not going to be exactly the same. The only way that you're going to get exact continuity is if you have the exact same staff that worked on the original, and then they worked on this. And of course, you have time. You have culture changes. You have time changes. You have all that stuff, and nothing is going to be the same. It's kind of like trying to repaint the Mona Lisa. You're going to get close, but you're not going to get exact. So that's my point on that. But this was only there to serve, okay, these Pokemon are what Satoshi has. And yeah, the Tauros gag because we have to, and the Muck gag because we have to do some sort of a callback. Kenji or Tracy getting mentioned is fine, considering that we never got it in the last fucking 3 series. I mean, come on. At least I give them credit for that. Now, as for, and also no Saba, which is disappointing for me, but that's just a minor nitpick. But now the whole Gokazaru or Infernate thing, I did like the fact that, okay, he's battling fire types to try to get to Moltres. Okay, that's a good plot in and of itself on paper. Now when they get to it, oh god. The battle was shit. I do admit that. However, Shigeru's part of the battle was fine, but I think the main reason why they did this is, I believe they're going to be that Infernape's going to be used later on. I believe that because they can't just drop this shit like a bad habit like this. I don't think it's going to be possible. They want to make Go look bad because they got to make Go look bad. La da 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 da. Whatever. I did like Shigeru's back. Also, people didn't fucking mention this either. Shigeru's Rotom phone has the original Dex voice, the original Zukan voice that Satoshi's Dex had in Kanto. Okay? People, you guys didn't even mention that, so I'm mentioning
Saved it for you.
Yeah, you were the one that brought it up. We felt you would bring it up.
You're right.
It also doesn't mean anything in terms of.
Well,
like,
to me, I wanted to bring it up, but I was like, I'm not stealing TSS's thunder.
Yeah, TSS was the first one in our group to bring it up.
Also, can we forget?
I don't agree with him as my friend.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, okay, and nobody mentioned Electivire. I mean, he wasn't his fucking fight too. So...
I mean,
I only brought up the Thunderbolt scene with Electivire, but I didn't bring up the Electivire itself.
Yeah, but to be honest,
he appeared for all of 1 second. I didn't care.
Yeah, he's only in a shot.
Yeah, but it's still there. But let's get to the meat and potatoes. So let's see. So yeah, Moltres flies away. The shit, it's not a great battle. But the thing was, it wasn't about the battle. It was about getting that wing from Moltres, right? And then that got Shigeru the token.
They obtained the wing, TSS.
Yes, but that's the thing. That's the thing. So I want to just also mention. I also want to mention this as well. Title card did not mention the fucking battle as a main point, unlike what you're saying with the Zapdos one, which actually was in the fucking title. So I just want to say that this was there to establish the Project Mew plot. Yes, there was too much shit going on. Yes, of course. But if you look in the actual plot points that they were actually trying to do, they succeeded. Now let me tell you why. At the very end, Shigeru says to Go that it will be a wise decision to join Project Mew because he saw that, he probably saw that Go has potential, Go has this stuff. So I would say, great, this is nice. Now, this is setting up the rivalry, but like I said, the rivalry isn't about Go versus Shigeru. It's about Go and Shigeru looking for Mew, which means that they're rivals by proxy. So in that case, it did its job. Now the whole thing with Okido explaining that, he was explaining that to Go, not really for the audience, because Go, when you have social awkwardness, you need to have some things explained to you. So I think that's probably the reason why he did it. But my whole point is, if you're expecting the same kind of quality writing, as I mentioned many times before in that whole freaking DP to onwards rant, the staff have changed, and this is not the same. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the same exact shit because we don't have the same exact staff that worked on the show from back then, and that's why the writing is different. So that's one of the things, because I actually thought about this shit for 2 days, and then I realized, oh, it's like a Doraemon 1979 versus 2005 thing. So that's why. So as an establishment for the Project Mew, the Project Mew arc, it works. As a fan service episode, it's a mixed bag at the best. As I said, so it isn't. Yeah, and that's why it's not great. But I look at things from what did they actually accomplish compared to what's on the title card. And on the title card, they succeeded, but everywhere else, they didn't. So, therefore, good episode for me. I would definitely want to rewatch it, and with that being said, it's an 8.6.
Alrighty, man.
Okay, let me throw this in the ring for a second.
Ding, ding, ding.
It hurts me more when Journeys itself. All right, I'm about to do the thing where I compare Journeys to Journeys. Look out! It hurts
fucking
me more
madman.
when they actually
hurry.
They made a character for Go that would have filled the spot better. His name is Tokyo, and nobody gives a fuck about him.
Not even the show.
Journeys doesn't give a fuck about
His
him.
name's Horace in English, but it's Tokyo.
Is it? It's Horace?
Bunch of horse shit.
Oh my god.
He's got gray hair. He's got a Chikorita. They gave him a Pokemon. He grew up. He has a history with Go. He's a longtime friend of Go. This would have been beautiful if it was like, he's a part of Project Mew. Then Go would have went, oh, shit. That's my right. That's his rival. That's yours, Go. No, just use Ashes. Fuck you, Journeys. Do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck anymore.
This is why I wanted Leaf. This is why I wanted Leaf, Tyrone. Leaf would have been a great rival, but for some reason they don't want to make her.
I'm saying they made an original character that could have.
Yeah.
Whoo.
Not to mention that with Celebi, we might have a Legend Arceus arc in the past.
It doesn't matter. They're both researchers looking for a mythical Pokemon. Like, this would have been beautiful.
Also,
to me, it's just lazy writing.
I want to interject the idea that, Go failing on capturing Pokemon now. It's great, but I'm concerned for the future because I'm seeing a pattern in the narrative. Every time a legendary bird shows up, he captures a Pokemon from the next gen. So, Zapdos shows up, he captures Suicune. Moltres shows up, I think he's going to capture Regis. And then in the end, Articuno will show up, and then he will capture a Sinnoh legendary.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the whole Suicune thing. The Suicune thing, to me, had nothing to do with the callback. You know what? The Suicune thing was more so, how the fuck did you catch a Suicune? I feel like that was the big. I feel like that was the bigger deal.
That was the more shock, because when he's like, okay, you see all these regular ass Pokemon, and it's like, oh, you see freaking Suicune. How the fuck did you get that? How the fuck did you get that?
Yeah, I think the bigger deal was that he caught it, not that. I don't think there was any.
Because the show itself did the joke of, oh shit, Go caught a Suicune.
Yeah,
it was literally in the preview.
Yeah.
So I'm also a person who never took title cards for and used that as the basis for like judging an episode or even include it. My thing, I always judge episodes on the content. I don't really give a fuck about what the title card. Title card can say a bunch of bullshit. I could care less. I'm judging.
Gintama would like to speak with you.
Hey, look. Well, that's Gintama. That's Gintama. But the point I'm making is
Talos League victory, Ash's ultimate match.
The point I'm making is I always judge the episode on what is in it. Also because certain titles will just spoil plots for you anyway. So fuck it. My whole thing was this: when you want to talk about that the battle wasn't important, even though Infernib's whole goal was to fight the fucking thing, it just tells me you shouldn't have had Infernib in the plot. It does nothing. It's filler. It's fucking filler. It does nothing. If the whole point of the fight was for the feather, and Ash and them Ash and Go didn't even know about the fucking feather.
It's not even filler. It's just shallow continuity.
No, it's like, filler. It's filler because it didn't need to. Because if you put it this way, if you took out Infernape and everything involving Infernape, does the episode change at all? No,
not really.
Because Gary's the one primarily fighting it. The Electivire and Pikachu scene still comes out, and so he still gets the feather at the end of it. So what? And Cinderace didn't do any fucking thing. Like. If I can take that shit out of the episode and the episode remains the same, then it wasn't fucking necessary. Therefore, it's filler. It sucks that the filler just happens to be a Pokemon people give a fuck about. Also, Gary being a rival for Go in the context of in terms of a research level, it's still bad because Tyrone's point still stands that like he's a more advanced character than Go. Like there is no. Also, this man's being a researcher. This man has no interest. Like, Go has no interest in that whatsoever. He just wants to catch a Mew. This man is he's going way above his class over something as petty as catching a Mew. Like, they're not even in the same. It's not even the same fucking thing. It's like having Go get Go.
Both researchers, but not in the same research field. But it's science. Let's mix it.
Go's not even a researcher though. That's the problem.
He's a researcher's assistant.
Yeah. It's not even the same thing.
He's a field worker, most likely. Yeah.
So my issue was that you got this man punching up in a field that he has no intention of getting into. His whole goal is just to catch a Mew. That's it. So the whole thing still just comes off lazy and stupid. I very much agree with Tyrone. Make a new character. You could have made up a character and built him up we're at episode 68? You had a bunch of filler you could have ignored.
And to tackle the whole, because when I said Tokyo, and everybody said, yeah, Celebi, we're completely avoiding the point. The point is, Tokyo could have been furthering his research to find Celebi, which influences Go to head towards catching Mew. Somebody from my past is going out of his way to put in the work, but I'm rejecting it for my own selfish reasons. I need to get my shit together. I'm joining Project Mew.
Because the Tokyo episode literally serves no other purpose. it literally. I argue that's just another filler.
And the argument is he's coming back, and I'm like, we've dropped that excuse in a Journey's bucket too many times.
I mean,
This bucket is full of
Hoji returned, but for what exactly?
exactly. This bucket is full
Filler.
of they'll return.
It's just fillers.
Where's Zapdos? Isn't he somewhere in the fucking bucket?
No,
he was never in the bucket.
Where's Lugia talking to Ash?
Well, no, Zapdos is supposed to come back too, right? Remember, Go tried to catch him and it didn't work.
Nah, it's just a setup, Tyrone, because they want for Go to capture Galarian Zapdos because like
I'm just saying
Cinderace,
is that
they run and kick.
I'm just saying as a whole, if the best part of your episode is Gary, when Gary and maybe some of the Gary Ash moments, if that's the best part of your episode, it's like, bro, like what? Like I just can't, yo. I couldn't.
Yes, correct.
I couldn't justifiably give this thing more than a 5.
We got the new soundtrack, right?
Yeah, we have. We had one new track and then one remix of I think a Miyazaki track.
Yes.
That doesn't.
No. It's just for clarity's sake, not for actually helping.
Yeah, I don't
think an OST is going to suddenly shoot the shit up to a 10. Although I will admit that Kanto music did bring us.
I mean, yeah, it's more like a nice.
It's flavor. It's what Journeys is. It's just eye candy. Like it's flavor,
it's sprinkles. It's sprinkles, and there is no sundae.
Richie called it sprinkles.
Yeah, Richie had the perfect analogy for this.
Yeah, sprinkles, no sundae.
Sprinkles.
Sprinkle, no sundae on a Monday. Tuesday.
Yeah.
But for some reason, there's a banana in here. No, I don't want to do with it.
But
it's a rotten banana.
Yeah, it's not even like it's green. What the fuck? Why is it like this?
Bring it on, rotten tomatoes. Honestly,
here's the thing. I would have loved the idea that Gary talks to Go in a way that, okay, so what's your dream? I want to capture the mythical Pokemon Mew, and Gary's like, you're shitting me, right? You're not. Do you want to capture a mythical in the level that you are? And Go is the one that instigates. I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to battle you, and then you have Cinderace versus Blastoise or something.
No, you know what would have been better?
But he's not a good trainer.
No, you know what would have been better, in my opinion? Those 2 captures that failed, Gary should have pointed that shit out. Gary should have told, like, oh, if that moment was like about capturing Mew, it would have been like, well, oh, you're going to try to capture Mew when you couldn't even bother catching these 2 over here? These basic ones right here? You couldn't even bother.
That's why I don't understand the point of the Go fucking up the captures, because it doesn't lead into anything.
Yeah.
I like the reference of, the Onyx from the Sun and Moon episode, and even from the Poke Corral episode. But that's the thing, like, if I'm ranking the episode just for references of old shows and out of anime knowledge, it's a personal ranking like everyone else's, but
everyone's ranking the episode for a completely different reason.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, there is no right or wrong in ranking the episodes, but if you are making the show for the new audience, why are you over-relying on previous series if you cannot make your own series?
Because they're not making it.
Because I'll actually tell you why. Because actually, this was another reason why I was thinking about it. Since they don't have since they're trying to go back, but they're trying to go back and trying to tell a story with the people that weren't there to tell the story. So that's one of the main reasons why. They're trying to, like I said, paint the Mona Lisa, but they're not doing exactly the same way. And yes, depending on who has the paintbrush, they can fuck it up.
Wait, say that again, because I don't necessarily understand what you're saying.
Just the fact that you said the word "trying" 5 times in the same sentence just
no.
They are trying.
No. Jesus, explain again.
You cut off on me for some reason.
I think it didn't register. So I was gonna say it's the same. It's the same reason as I was saying. The issue here is that you're trying to paint a Mona Lisa.
No, I heard that part. I mean the part before it, where you were actually explaining.
Okay. Again, with the writing, the writers not being there, you're trying to tell a story. That you're trying to establish canon from a series where the writers weren't there. The writers that are currently there weren't there originally. So you're trying to paint a Mona Lisa, but you're using different brushes and you're trying to paint it. Oh, it's like you're trying to paint a Mona Lisa again, but with different people and different paints.
Yeah,
The different artists, they could try to paint the picture as close as you can, but some people they completely turn it to shit, and some people they get close, but not exactly the same. And
I'm gonna just say, for me personally, it doesn't make any fucking sense why you would actively choose to reference canon for a new generation.
Making hot cocoa with water instead of milk.
Uh,
that's what's happening.
But then what's the fuck? Then what's the point? I don't get the point.
You want to know what else I don't get the point? How the series is episodic, given that this is also tied into something happening far later in the series as well.
Because they have to change the direction now. As I mentioned on Twitter, with Sun and Moon, they went one direction, and then when they realized it wasn't working, they had to slowly freaking go into a different direction.
Oh my god, I completely forgot to bring this up. I brought this up a while ago in when Tyrone came in the stream on Friday. But I thought I'd bring it up here just in case if some people didn't know this. Did you guys know that Gary and Iris's VA not knew a single thing about them coming back, even if they were in the opening? Gary's VA actually was like, she wasn't told about Gary coming back until people started saying congratulations for coming back, and then she saw the opening, which had Gary in it, and then she was like, "Oh shit! Wait, it's Gary coming back? Wait, am I reprising the role?
What the fuck?"
Yeah, and Iris's VA didn't know this either. She also was in the same situation where it's like, oh, the opening, I guess, just revealed that Iris is coming back, but I didn't know Iris was coming back kind of situation. I just thought I'd bring that up.
That just tells me that they're still not planning shit at all.
Or maybe they are, but they just didn't even bother trying to get the people to... Yeah.
I mean, KG, let's face it. We might get a new opening in the future. Maybe yes, maybe not, but... If the opening changes in the future with Project Mu, it means that Leon and the Charizard are in the opening for no reason because we never seen Leon since the Darkest Day. I feel like I don't want to believe that the road trip.
Wow, openings are misleading. What else is new?
I don't like to believe that the road trip is cancelled, but yes, that it's postponed because of the change in direction.
And the jury.
The director change, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just was like, what, Charmobile? Nah, cut that shit out.
So is it cancelled or postponed? I feel like it's postponed, but I don't know.
Only time will tell.
Nah,
just like
that's what it is. So. It's Journeys.
I don't think they're gonna do it. It doesn't even make sense to do it at this point. What's the point of doing it?
Unless if that's the
the road trip is part of Project Mu.
Project Mu, yeah, that's the only fucking reason I could think of.
That means they would have to drag out because unless the road trip is going to be insanely short.
Yeah, one episode, guys. Let's go.
How long? Or how much longer are we having? How long are we going to keep this fucking opening?
This is a mess.
It's just a bad show, bro. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
And watch another show.
I am. It's a journey.
Yeah, that's why we watch Digimon.
I'm sad that shit's about to end soon, man.
I know,
right? It's just badly written. That's all I'm at. That's where I'm at with Journeys.
Yeah.
Journeys is just badly written.
It is interesting though, because I feel after hearing everybody's review, I found it interesting how everybody had different approaches when it came to seeing this episode. Some view it for the positive aspects of the nostalgia and the cameos. Others viewed it for the narrative and what it was trying to tell, judging from the title itself. And others were also viewing it for the character and how it was handled within the episode and the amount of everybody had something completely different in this review for today.
If everyone agreed with each other, we would not be having an engaging podcast.
And also going all the way till 1 a.m., which is insane in itself.
I'm about to cut the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm about it. But I did like that everybody had their own take on it. Sometimes at the end of it all, that's how kind of Journeys is as a nutshell. Everybody can approach an episode with completely different mindsets, and depending on the way you approach it, you get a different outcome.
That's what I like about this series, but unfortunately it brings out the the combativeness. And I think the thing is that we have to learn to respect one another. And I think after this freaking weekend and the dumpster fire that we've seen,
Sorry.
it's like people being like fire starters and not being willing to accept that people think one way or another. I think that proves that this community has a bigger problem than just a series. I feel
like that's a discussion for another thing too.
Yes, absolutely. We need to discuss that at some point. But the Cliff Notes version, the Cliff Notes version of that is that I think, in this environment, we let people's opinions completely flow, and we all have those different paths and directions. But the whole thing is, all these little creeks, we end up in the same river. And that's
at the end of it all, we always somehow wound up back together at some point.
And the thing is, though, we could shake each other's hand without killing each other. Yeah. That's the other thing. It's like, I respect your opinion.
Also, that's not true. I can't shake your hand at all.
Shut up.
I'm just saying. I'm being honest. Can you shake my hand right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Through the screen. Yeah. But basically, it is. I do like the fact that everybody approaches it different. I think that's what makes a series like this interesting. But I would say it's like being able to respectively disagree with somebody. I think takes it's not as difficult as people seem. It's just that people get hot-headed and they post on social media when they're completely like turned on and mind racing, and people shouldn't be doing that. People should be calming down, taking a deep breath, do something to distract, and then when they come back, and then when they're much calmer, then they can make a better decision and phrase things better, where people don't misinterpret or misunderstand what they're trying to say.
So remember, kids, don't post on Twitter if you're turned on.
Or off, for that matter. I'm tired. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, guys. Happy June, everybody, by the way.
Yeah,
June 23.
I turned 30 in 16 days.
I think
it's because people's point of view with Journeys is already so bad and pessimistic, and they are going towards an episode already wanting to complain and nitpick. If you are not enjoying the series, don't watch the series. Like, watch the series for the goods and highs. Don't criticize the bads and lows.
Zach said it the best. If we, I might be paraphrasing, but it says, if we look about what the series is, and not what it isn't, then we could learn to appreciate what we have.
And if you are gonna watch it, even if you don't like it, and there's a level of like, you can be an analyst and be and like do a healthy critique and review. You just have to be willing to back it up with facts and respect the other person at the end of the day. I went into this doing this because, one, I'm a part of a platform that exists every Monday at 9 p.m. Central. So I would like to know that I know what the fuck I'm talking about every Monday.
Especially because you've been at it for 300 episodes, buddy.
Exactly. So I would like to know what the
300 plus.
I don't like
plus,
from what Journeys has presented to me so far, I don't like this series. But I've watched it up to this point because I would like, because if I have an opinion, I can at least back it up because I fucking watched it.
Yeah. Like, for example, one thing that I want to talk about just to end this is, for example, people are saying that why do we have, OCs like Hoji, Tokyo, Rinto, Asahi, Tsurumi? Where's the Galar characters? And I myself was concerned about the Galar characters until we got, the sell point for Sword and Shield like 15 months after the games, the third most engrossing Pokemon game, if I recall correctly, and we have characters of Galar and Masters. So my point of view with Journeys is that Journeys was never meant to be just the Sword and Shield show. The anime is always to market the games, but if the game's already sold well enough and they have the mobile to back it up, Journeys doesn't have the need to have Galar in it. would it be great and appealing? Of course, but you have to consider something. Everyone is saying, "Oh, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We want a new opening." Together was until DP 95 people. Also, Barry didn't show up until the middle of Diamond and Pearl. Like,
Coral, I'm gonna cut you here so we can end it because I know if you go further,
no,
we'll be here
and that's
first.
just it. Like, do you really want for Galar to just show up to have the Opal treatment? Wait, people, wait.
I'm going to also just say two little things about that. Number one, this was the first series that Pokemon has done where they were not even following any sort of a game formula, like every other series has, and this one hasn't. And it's proof that they can't. They really didn't do their homework, and that's why it took them so long to get their asses together and actually making a show that's actually relevant and actually improving slowly. I mean, the problem is it's like turning a steering wheel without a power steering pump. It's very fucking difficult to do, but I will say that regardless of what it is, the director change has changed it for the better, but the returns on investment aren't here yet because they have to freaking go and tie up loose ends that's been plaguing the first fucking 63 episodes of the series. So that's the whole thing. Will it happen eventually? Yes, but I think that we should at least give them the chance because this series is not yet over. I could go back and could play and nitpick about DP because it's over. This series is not over yet. So I think, staying it to the very end, I think is the best way to look at it.
You cannot judge an unfinished product. I think that's the borderline of it.
Yes. All right, KG, let's end it.
All right, then. So, ladies and gents, thank you guys so much. I don't know how the heck we've managed to keep this like at least 70 concurrent viewers.
And we still went 1 hour over.
I know. I wanted this to be a 3-hour show. Now, we went 4 hours with this one. We almost matched with Tyrone to an extent with his Persona stream in itself. It's nuts.
Actually, that's funny because now Tyrone has been speaking for 10 hours.
First of all, Tyrone,
you know how his voice.
Yeah, go rest, Tyrone. You needed most out of everybody.
Rest your voice for don't speak for like 15 hours.
Do tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. But everybody, thank you guys so much for all the support. We really appreciate it. This is the first pod, I think, in history we've ever gone 4 hours. In general, that is the first time
an average of 70 to 80 viewers.
Just has been like that, and we sincerely want to thank everybody so much for staying all the way through. We hope you guys enjoyed. We hope our guests here as well, both of Ionic Bond as well as Kuro Blitz. Thank you guys so much for also tuning in and contributing to your opinions on the episode, as well as a little bit of the E3 and Sonic stuff as well. We always love hearing opinions because at the end of the day, different clashes always provide some different forms of entertainment. So with that, everybody here, you guys in the call, thank you guys once again. Everybody, make sure to follow them on their respective Twitters down in the description below. Tomorrow, what's going to happen? 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. B2W2 is going to commence on my channel. We got to continue that adventure. But before we get into any of that, though, Tyrone, do you have anything planned for tomorrow at that time? I know TSS had already mentioned this earlier, but I think that was before you hopped on into the call, buddy. But Tyrone, what do you plan for tomorrow?
If I can get some people together, the idea is to do Jackbox games for Tabletop Tuesday.
Ah, nice. Well,
we haven't touched Jackbox in a while, so I feel like that'd be a good thing to get back into.
All right, just keep us updated on where to let us know.
Yeah, and if not, then golfing with friends will probably be like the default.
Well, we'll keep you up to date.
You already have my automatic participation.
Same here, man. I want to golf too. All right. But everybody else, though, in those who have been watching us throughout the whole session, 4 hours through, we sincerely thank you guys so much for that. We hope you guys enjoyed it. And if you haven't yet, make sure to follow us here on this platform, as well as if you have Amazon Prime as an example. Of course, you can always subscribe using that as a way to help this channel out. And yeah, that's all I got to say. thank you guys so much again. And we'll talk with all you guys later in whatever video we make. Take care, everybody. And as always, please make sure to keep yourselves safe and have an awesome day. TSS, what is the golden rule?
Wash your fucking hands. And also follow Kuro Blitz and Ionic Bond on Twitter. Just plug your shit.
Yeah.
Wash your hands and don't be racist.
And Professor Silver's latest review, he did a review of James Chimeco. So go check that out.
So this is a bookend trope. We started with AG and we end with AG.
It all comes together. All right. Good night, everybody. We'll speak with you guys.
All right, time to listen to AA for 6 hours. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Whoo.